Hello, and welcome to what's not going to be much for a brief moment here, because I completely forgot that World had an update. So, I'm currently just verifying the integrity of the game files, because all the mods got removed, and Mace told me about it, and then I got ill, and I completely forgot. I'll just put this on, I guess. Why not? There you go. I'm down there in the corner. You can see I'm waiting. 57%. Hello, Zale. How you doing? How be thee? It's okay, we'll blame Mace. Yeah, Mace should have reminded me, really. Just, come on. I was trying to fiddle with it. Like, I quickly uninstalled stuff, reinstalled some stuff, tried to see if it worked, and it was like, nope. Still doesn't work, and then I had to click the go live button. I was like, fuck. So we just gotta wait for this, then we'll be good. You're okay? Good. How am I? I'm alive. Boy. I have a little bit less head fog today, which is nice, than I did yesterday. But otherwise, still ill. It's the low energy in the title. But what I am hoping today is that I will potentially be able to finish Iceborne. Because I don't necessarily think there's terribly too many more quests. Where was I at? I've done Shrieking. Okay, so after Shrieking, we've got Fulgur, Acidic, Ebony, Repel Velk from Celiana, Slay Velkana, Sieving, Blackveil, Namil, Ruiner, Shara. So we have 10 quests left. Until we're done with the base game. That's pretty cool. That's really, really not that much. Please work. Please just work. What do you mean? No, I verified and everything. Oh, don't fuck with me like this, man. HID.ddl and DTData.ddl from the game folder. Okay, we got live troubleshooting instead now. HID.ddl and something else that I can't remember. Was it loader.ddl? Fuck it, just relaunch it. HID and something. Come on. HID was enough. Ha! Let me stop the Celiana music now, because it's going to be a bit weird if it's playing twice. Close all that stuff. Because that's not going to work. Open up the world request. Thank you, Kampachi, for that sword and board. Appreciate it. Okay, no cutscene skip mod for me, though. So we are going to have to watch the cutscenes. Dreadful. But I'm sure we'll live. I apologize for the coughing. How you doing, Kafachi? How is it going? And the game might take a wee bit longer to load than it did previously. Not by terribly too much, I would have thought, but it might have taken a tiny bit longer because I don't have the loading optimizations mod anymore. Since that's a mod. In the update, broke the mods. You bought Tekken 7 plus all but 3 of its DLC characters for $2 yesterday. Was on sale from for $20 down from 135. That is wild. That's absolutely insane. It would have been even crazier if you got it for $2, but even for 20, it's still pretty good. $2 would have been fucking fantastic. At that point, you got to start wondering there's something shady going on, right? Right, I do have one in the queue at the moment for Insect Glaive. So I will get that going first, but then I'll switch to your sword and board, Kapachi. Would have picked longsword, but I don't have it as an option. Yeah, there is no Pukei longsword. Just straight up doesn't exist. Pukei does not have a longsword. He was not blessed with one. So I can't use it. Them's the rules, I'm afraid. It's a bit of a shame, but no biggie. No, longsword isn't an option because I'm limited to Pukei weapons, Kabachi. So because he doesn't have a longsword, I can't use it. Because they just didn't give him one. I guess probably because the Rathian longsword already exists and it's so, like, iconic as well. Sword and Shield does also have a Wrath Sword and Shield, but I feel like it's less iconic than the longsword is. That longsword is very well known. Might try and play some Monster Hunter this weekend, Kapachi. If you're not too busy with other stuff, right? It's not worth ditching what might be fun times with Tekken if you got it on the sale and it's relatively new. The ass whooping the game is about to toss you away. Sounds about right for a fighting game. Play Akuma and he's bad. That's annoying. Well, like he just feels bad to play, or he just is not very strong. Or both. Feels bad to play, right? I know I'm like sort of technically going the wrong way, but I think he's walking around this way. Yeah. So it makes more sense to go this way than trying to catch up behind him, to me. Tekken 7's pretty old. The 8 comes out in January. Okay, so it's kind of like a... putting themselves back into like people's radar to try and sell the next game. Maybe a little bit stronger when it comes out in the new year. Smart. Hey, your cat pants. Welcome. I'm surviving. How are you? Line noise. Very good. Very good. Man, this game is nice. I like this game. Yeah, it hit. Good. Good. Very nice. Big chunky hit on the head. I'll have to try again later to see if Strakus works. Because it is just nice to have the little bit of like optimized loading times. And I can't have cutscene skip without it either. Not that I know if that's gonna work, but hey. You've grown disillusioned with modern controls, Ken. I'm surprised how much fighting games you're playing at the moment. To be honest, so you just keep going. Just keep getting new ones. Hey Crow, how you doing? Welcome. You've never seen such real Insect Glaive gameplay? What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Everyone has match confirm on and denies you unless they're a classic controls Ken. Then classic controls Ken comes and obliterates you as if on principle. Is he busted shrug, is he? Yeah, no, that's always the case for me as well. Oh. That does not surprise me in the slightest. And while my opinion of the fighting game community is admittedly quite negative in of itself, it does lead in that I would expect that, to be honest. Hey Mace, welcome. How you doing? Oh, I didn't unmute myself. Yeah, I muted my mic, Crow, to ask your question, and then didn't unmute it. Apparently just shouldn't have muted it in the first place. Yeah, I don't wish those were the circumstances in which you were absent, Mace. But it did have to happen eventually. Is that muted now? It is. Good. I mean, you can't be late. You're only late by your own standard. Face. Don't... You do not have an obligation to this stream, man. That's just... I just sit here and make noise into the void. You come along if you want to, right? Especially if you're feeling crappy, you would rather do something else. Shouldn't come here anyway, just to be here. Goodbye, Tiggy. There we go. You don't have school today, Crow, so you can finally appear. In all your majesty. Rather be here than marinate in your own tears. I mean, it's important for you to deal with it as well, though, right? Like, just distracting yourself with my stream the whole time is not healthy coping. It's sad and it's a shitty thing, but you should... It sounds kind of horrible and brutal, but, like, face the fact that it's happened. See you another time, Ace. Thanks for popping in. A cup of me keeps the tears away. Don't drink a cup of me a day. That's just... I don't want to be liquefied. Don't do that without me knowing it. That's just wild, man. You have not, Crow. I didn't know anyone actually played that game, to be honest. I've heard literally nothing about it. And it's been out for a while at this point. And I've not heard a single person anywhere talk anything about it. Watching home notification, your school Wi-Fi probably won't be able to watch long at all. Not like this. God. Liquefy a leg, drink it like a smoothie. I need that leg. I walk on it. Honestly, same. You thought the first boss was the final boss. I don't know if it's just going like sleeper or if people have just lost so much faith in Sonic that they can't even be like, they don't even want to pay the money to be upset anymore. Liquefy my appendix, too late, sucker. It did it to itself. Boom. No appendix for you. Spleen it is. That's going to be very bad towards my general health. Doesn't need his lungs. At the moment, it doesn't feel like we've got any, so I probably wouldn't notice. Nice clean lungs, yeah. Definitely don't have COVID in them. And also asthma. Those guys are fine. Hey, Hyper. What's poppin', not much? Just some glorious Monster Hunter World, you know? I got a complete Shara. It calls to me. How are you? Good to see you. Ugh. Hey Summers, insert common drunken rambling here. Sounds about right. What's the COVID? Bad for my lungs. That's what it is. Oh, you're not flickable. You've been playing Iceborne lately too, yeah? On a save file you've already got, or did you start a new save? Not that well, but not that bad either. Fair enough. Both? Ah, neat. Anything in particular going on with the new save file, or is it just a good old new save file? Just to refresh the game. My favourite way to play, honestly. To challenge on a bunch of conditions? Oh, do tell. You've never gotten COVID even though your whole family got it? Either that or you were too busy playing Frontier to notice. I have a feeling it's probably the second one, Crow. Considering you were too busy playing Frontier to notice that you were literally passing out. Hunting on only. Not that bad to do in this game, honestly. No mantles is pretty normal. Some gear band, I'm imagining that's like Fatalis, potentially Behemoth, maybe Angaruga legs, stuff like that. Safi, the like stereotypical meta stuff to make it a little bit harder. Raging Brigadiers. Mods that remove some aspects of the clutch claw. Oh, what are those? I didn't know there was mods that just remove bits of the clutch claw. You remove tenderizing and claggers? How? Safi and Kulve, yeah. Honestly, banning Safi and Kulve is just a good idea for, like, sanity's sake. Because you don't have to farm them. I'm banning Safi and Kulve. Oh, they're too strong, you know, it's too strong. In actuality, it's just like, fuck doing that siege that many times, man. Fuck that. Your offense frontier was really fun. I'm really jealous that you enjoyed it as much as you did, Crow. I'm really, really jealous that you enjoyed it as much as you did. I wish I could have had the same experience as you. You won't ban Ranger Bracky armor though. You think it's not too ridiculous? The armor's pretty reasonable, yeah. You're banning health boost in its entirety? Oh god. Are you planning to go all the way to Fatalis? Because that might be really difficult, right? Every quest, at least the major hunts. Does that include events and post-game stuff? Yes, that is wild, man. How far in are you? Wait, cutscene skip still works. Ha ha! Yes! It really shouldn't, but it does. You're in the middle of high rank. Cool. So, making good progress, but yet to have faced any trials and tribulations, because you don't really get any by that point. You're basically just playing like normal Monster Hunter World, but only Hunting Horn at this point, right? Base Monster Hunter World, that is. Been playing older Monster Hunter titles with Mr. Madness's community and a gacha game. Oh no, not the gacha game. Hyper. Not the gacha Hyper. Nice. It's fine as long as you don't wail. That sounds like a slippery slope, my friend. You'd be half rotten if Shenanigans was still alive, yep. Sounds about right. I genuinely mean it, by the way. Like, I am actually very, very envious of you. That you got to enjoy that as much as you did. Gacha? Genshin? Nah. Genshin's old gacha. It's Honkai Star Rail now. Made by the same developers, but just new. Because the only thing they know how to make is gacha games. Which is sad, because they seem to make really fucking legit games, man. Hunting Horn guitar time? Hey, hanky cat pads. I got one more insect glaive here, then 2 sword and boards, and then I'll get that going for you. 2 quests. You honestly have no idea how you had so much fun with Frontier. Yeah, neither do I, man. Neither do I. I feel like maybe I would have had a better time if I played through with someone. But I also would have wanted to play through with someone I know. And I would have wanted to, like, actually play through the game with them, not just have them downrank gear to me, so it would have been essentially impossible to arrange it. Tencent want all your money? Yeah. Is that made by Tencent? Tencent are the publisher, right? Are they the developer as well? MiHoYo. Who is a subsidiary of Tencent, right? I'm pretty sure. Wait, are they not? I don't think they are, actually. Surprisingly so. From what I can see. It's crazy. Hey, Killer Dozer. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh god, I forgot how much my characters is a disaster. I hope you enjoy me leisurely making my way towards Iceborne here. I think this one might actually not be Tencent's fault. I think this is entirely MiHoYo's fault. Because they don't own them. They're a self company, from what I can see. You remember trying to get a couple of friends to play Frontier with you, but they just did not have the time. Yeah, Frontier is time draining as well. That is another problem. The reason that truly stopped me from playing it in the end was that my armor set I made for myself. I fought it up for myself. Entirely my own brainchild. In G rank, was going to, on estimate, take me about 200 hours to farm. If I got lucky. Which is kind of scary, right? You recovered and all your symptoms, play 15 hours a day, multiple days, not eating or sleeping is gone. Go to bed at 10 instead of like 2 to 3 in the morning. I'm very glad to hear it, Crow. I am very glad to hear it. Because it was, like... I know you're young, so you can get away with it. But that is genuinely very worrying to hear, like, that... You, like... Okay. Honkai Star Rail for you is basically you have to spend a weekend to finish the monthly content update, and every other day you just log in, do dailies, which are incredibly fast to do. Fair enough. Have you paid them any money? Purely for interest's sake, I don't care if you have. I really don't give a shit. $20. Squeeze in some extra pitties. I don't know what that is. Oh, is that the when you pull a certain amount from boxes but you don't get anything? And they just give you like a guaranteed reward, a pity pool? Or is this something else? Yeah, basically right. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's when you've pulled like every insert number of times you get a guarantee because you haven't managed to get one up until that point, right? Like every 50 pulls as a number I pulled out of my own arsehole. You're guaranteed to get something because you got screwed. You've heard good things about Honkai Star Rail for a turn-based gacha RPG? I would really love to see what MiHoYo could do if they used like a good chunk of the budget that they have from Honkai Star Rail, from Genshin Impact, from Honkai Impact, to make just a game, right? Just a one and it's done. No title updates, no DLC, no live service, just a game. I think it'd be really interesting to see. And I don't know if they'd be able to do it, to be honest. It's a thing called 50-50. You have a 50% chance to get the limited banner character. If you fail, you still get a 5-star character from standard banner. But if you go to Pity again, you're guaranteed the limited one. Right, okay. Fair enough. But Huckster, no one makes just a game anymore. Indie devs too. Praise be the indie devs. Man. Sorry. I do apologize. I know that's not nice to listen to. That is a bit of a thing with the gaming industry in general, to be honest. Is that people only look at what like the big companies do, and then are like, man, the game industry is just terrible. Like it's the worst. There's no anything that's good anymore. And there's like thousands of games that release a day made by indie developers that are fucking masterpieces. And everyone's just like, the gaming industry's shit. It's like, no. You're looking at the shit bit, which is the bit that's way too monetized. Hey, well done, Shizzle. You having fun? Did it give you the fizz? The shit projects too? Oh yeah, there is. I find, at least for me personally, for all the shit indie games there are, there's usually at least something in there which is somewhat inspired. Other than the ones which are just like flat cash grabs, right? Where it's just like limited assets pulled from like Unity Assets Pack #1 and then turned into a game that they're trying to sell. And promising a whole bunch of stuff but never adding anything other than more limited united asset packs. My brain is in pain. But usually, like, a good chunk of them have something inspired. Whereas when, like, a bad AAA game comes along, it's usually because it's the same as every other bad AAA game, not because it, like, tried to do something interesting and just didn't work. In Fate Go, to get pity, it's like 800 consecutive pulls. Genshin, you get something every 10 and it stalls progress. $800? I genuinely don't understand how people know that information. And still play the game. Like, it actually boggles my mind. Not play the game, but pay for the game. Is maybe what I should say. I get why people would pay something. Or play something. This is fun, right? I don't understand how people give money away to that. Because the only way you can really sunk cost fallacy that bad boy is if you're already 400 pulls in, right? And then you're like, well, I'm halfway there, so like sunk cost fallacy, I might as well keep going. Even if you've dropped 100 pulls, you're like 1/8 of the way there to the pity. That's hard to convince yourself on. Arguments to be made for and against both AAA and indie development. I'm not trying to argue for either of them. It's just in my experience, there tends to be a lot more care in indie development than AAA. But then my knowledge of what AAA is also kind of balked because it doesn't mean what I thought it does. So that's also probably a lot of the thing there, right? Big part of the appeal for some people is the fact that they know they're not guaranteed anything. There's a culture where people make strategies to optimize pool and flex when they get lucky. Gambling, then. They're just gambling. At that point, it is just pure flat gambling. Some poor bastard to find leaving after 500 pulls are all set resets his chance of getting something good. That's so scummy, man. How'd you even get that many? Like, how much do they charge for a single one? For you to be able to get up to 800? It can't be that much, right? Surely. But then I also do know that there is people who have, like, genuinely lost their life to that game. To Fate. I mean, 90 is still a crazy high amount, right? How much does a single pool cost? Hyper. In Honkai. Scenario. The social flex? I don't really understand how crippling addiction is a social flex, to be honest. I never really understood that one with alcohol either. People are like, oh, I went out last night, I got so fucking destroyed, man. Like, my liver's fucked by the time I'm 40, and I'm like, you're bragging about this? You go out every weekend and get cripplingly drunk? And this is a flex to you? You have a problem, right? You need help. You should be bragging about this. Hey, Human Harvest. Did you hear drugs? You very well might have done on this stream. But then, I do live in the UK, so, you know, people aren't great. How low on energy am I? I'm like, maybe rocking at, like, 60% right now. 90 pools is somewhere between $100 to $200. $200 dues. That is wild, man. Hey, look, Sticky. Hey, look, it's the same turf where I've seen it a million times already, but with different monsters. The monthly pass is only around $40, probably. I mean, you got to pay for the monthly pass as well, though, right? You can get close to enough in-game currency to do 90 pulls every monthly update from the content. Close enough. But just shy. That's wild, man. Difference is you have to build up the currency over around 5 months to have enough for the 50, yeah. I'm so glad that I'm not, like, predisposed to this. I'm very happy. I have no idea, Kapachi. To be honest with you. I don't matter. Yeah, I'm in a weird spot that I don't think it's very hard to explain and for people to understand. I'm against gachas because of their predatory nature, and I won't play one because of it. Because I genuinely think the game is made in a way that is hostile to its player intentionally. Not necessarily a massive amount, right? So I'm against gachas, but I'm not against people who play gachas. But that's fine. You want to play a gacha game? Go a fucking head, man. Like, power to you. Do you have fun with it? Fuck yeah. You spend money on it? Does that make you happy? Fuck yeah. Do you have an addiction, the same as you would anything else? Then maybe you need some help, right? Because it's gambling. You have a gambling addiction. I'm all for it, man. I can't like them in of themselves because of what they are. It leaves a sour taste in the mouth, right? What's Deviant Tetsu's name? Berserk Tetsukabra. You're against the policy itself, you don't mind if anyone plays it, because some of the games are genuinely fun, have cool stories. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And they're built in a way where they're almost built like MMOs, right? They're sort of in like a weird free-to-play... Oh, Deviant Tetsu's name. Thank you. Sorry. Drill Tusk. Drill Tusk Tetsu is the Deviant. Thanks, you, Harvest. I got like 2 brain cells clanking around up here. But yeah, they have like a shitload of content from a free-to-play basis. So if you're maybe a little bit, you know, rougher on the money side and you want to play a game that's actually like genuinely really well made, Genshin's pretty good for that, to my knowledge. You just kind of, you know your limits, right? The same as I would kind of say to anyone playing any game, honestly. Like, if you're the type of person who has an addictive personality, just be careful whenever you, like, get into anything. Maybe err a bit of caution. I love Monster Hunter community, man. And I love the Souls community. I think for the most part, they're both pretty good. But there's some people in here that are, like, you know... maybe need to step back and like look at themselves sometimes and question themselves, right? When you're playing a game that sometimes people don't even seem to really enjoy, and they're chunking like thousands of hours into it. And it's like, man, you're not even having fun, right? Like, what? What are you doing? What are you doing? This isn't what it's about. This isn't the point. Just to, like, scratch an itch. So you can farm every anomaly monster to maximum rank. Just because you could. But you stopped having fun like 20% of the way through, but you started it, so you committed and kept going. Don't do that, right? It's just silly. You really don't mind putting in a bit of money? Take a bit for you to spend more in Honkai Star Rail than you've already spent on Monster Hunter World? Yeah. I have not spent a single penny on this game. Other than my initial purchase. This I got for, this I got sent to me, because people are lunatics. But it's not because I, like, don't want to or anything. Like, most of the stuff that you can buy, just, I don't have interest in. And I find it very hard to be convinced into stuff like with Rise. With all of the weapon skins that were coming out and stuff. I'm like, that's kind of fair play. As long as they're not taken away from in-game stuff, which they seemingly were, unfortunately. Event quests weren't giving skins and stuff as often as they were in other games. Cool armors and cool weapons and whatnot. Not to say it wasn't happening, but it wasn't happening as much. But the art team is very often done before the other members of the team. Because if you think about it, once you know what a monster looks like, you can make the weapons for it, you can make the armor for it. And then it's over, right? So why not? Right? Why not get them to make some extra weapon skins and sell them on the side? You're paying them anyway. Don't you tell me to be careful with your impulsive money spending. You mean you, and how many fighting games do you own now, Sale? In the last 3 months? Tekken 7's offended your discretionary warnings. I do worry for you sometimes, to be honest. But I know that you probably have fun with it, so it doesn't really matter. Think you bought the Dracophage bug pendant for fun? Paying for Digital Deluxe on launch for both the base game and the expansion was a lot, yeah. I mean, I did as well. I bought them, not because I cared about the stuff in them. God knows I fucking hate the way that silver armor looks. The like silver knight armor that's got like engravings all over the whole thing. I think it looks ugly as shit, man. Really, really not a fan of that armor set. So I've never used it. I just wanted to give Capcom the money. I just wanted to give Capcom the money. Yukubo armor, I think, was pre-order, yeah. To be fair, it was only $20. Did you care about Tekken at all, though? This is the thing, right? Like, a bargain isn't a bargain if you weren't gonna buy it before you noticed it was a bargain. Hey, Dank DMB. Yeah, we know. Hi, Weiss. Good to see you both. We know, Dank DMB. It's... The Yukubo armor was available as a layered armor in Monster Hunter World. You was vaguely interested? Then it's not really a bargain, is it? You just spent $20. I have a passing interest in medicine. I'm not going to go to medical school for 5 years. Just because I'm sort of interested in it. It's not the same comparison, obviously, but you get what I mean, right? You're not saving 115 quid. You're spending 20. That's the way I look at it, at least. It's why I never understand people with games backlogs. Unless they want it for the sake of, like, collections purposes, then I get it. Because collecting is in of itself a different thing, right? But when people have got, like, a 20-game backlog and then a new game comes out, and they're like, oh, that game looks really good. I'll buy it and put it on the backlog. And it's like, why? Why not just play the fucking backlog? Or buy the game and then play it straight away. I'm going to buy this game, then I'm going to play it in 7 years' time when I finish my backlog. What? It doesn't make any sense to me, man. Not enough time, usually? Yeah, but if you know you don't have enough time, why buy it? Because you don't have the time. Right? You know you don't have the time. That's why the backlog has been building up. Yeah, they did, Hyper. Unfortunately. Hey, Bellis, by the way, welcome. Because you want it. But you know you're not going to play it, right? It's still going to be purchasable. In all likelihood. It's still going to be purchasable in 4 years' time when you've got the time and the money, right? When you've got the time, I should say. I just can't wrap my head around it properly. But I'm a saver. I'm quite likely over frugal with my money. You've had games where you bought a game just to play with your friends one time? See, I've had games where I've bought them to play with my friends. And then I've regretted it. I would say that's an entirely different thing, right? You bought it to play with your friends because it was something to play with your friends, then you didn't like it, so you stopped buying it. Like, that's just an unfortunate purchase. I'm specifically talking about, like, you know, I have 50 games to play. I don't have the time to play them. There's a new game. I'm gonna buy it. What are you gonna do with it? I'm gonna put it into number 51 on the backlog. If you're spending on games that will still be down there the road as opposed to buying something, they'll be gone in a day or two. That's a win. I get that, but also, like, if you don't spend the money, it's still there, right? Instead of buying a $40 game, it's Canadian. It's Canada, sorry. Canadian dollars is what I was going to say. Instead of buying a $100 game, oh, harsh reality. Why not just put that money aside? Like, specifically put it out of the way into a special part that's called, like, games money. And then keep a note somewhere that's like, right, this $100 is to be spent on insert game. Because then you still have $100. If you really want to play the game at that exact moment, you can buy it. And then if it ever becomes cheaper down the line or it goes on a massive sale, you can pick it up at that point. Right? You're not that frugal and having a real hard time saving. I get that. But I would also say being frugal, it isn't like something you're born with. It's something you learn how to do, either because you're forced to, because of circumstances of life, right? Or because you learn how to do it. I think it's a choice. Hey, Lugia. How you doing? Sorry that Discord didn't notify you. Has it done a ping? Has Discord done a ping and just not told you? Who numbers their backlog? Play what you want, when you want. Chaos rules, yeah. I think it's just a particularly dangerous, like, trend. With the increasing amount of games that are becoming, like... online-based. And how heavily online they are. I don't just mean games with, like, online features, right? I mean, like, games where the whole core balance of the gameplay is integral to multiplayer mechanics. Fighting games are actually kind of a good example. While you can just fight AI and stuff forever, and that would probably be enjoyable. The like end goal of what the game wants you to do, at least, is to go online and play against other people. You can't explain why you bought Rise 2 different times, Bellesk. I can explain why I bought Rise 2 different times. However, I wish I did. I regret it afterwards. I mean, it's preferable to that, Zale, yeah, but... just because one thing's worse than another thing doesn't mean that you'd rather not do either of them, right? It's not like you have to do one or the other. You're alright other than missing an hour of World? Fair enough. You friended and you spent 3 hours on Safi and you didn't finish it. Oh, that's rough. Safi takes a lot of time. Unfortunately. You know you ain't stopping. Yeah, I don't want to feel like, you know, anyone's feel like I'm blaming them for the way they act. It's more just a thing of like, I can't personally wrap my head around it. As soon as my bank account goes under like £1,000, I feel so incredibly insecure in my entire life. A wild's out to see people like, oh, I can't afford any food this month, but hey, I got the new Call of Duty game though. Eating rice for the rest of the month. It's like fucking priorities, man. Your phone decided to not do anything, Lugia. Oh, damn it. Rice is good. It is, but it's not healthy to exclusively eat rice for an entire month, right? To buy a game. Just because it's cheap. It's incredibly bad for your, like, you know, continued existence as a member of the human race. Toast and butter is all you need. No, no, it's not. Rice, like, I'm not debating the tastiness of rice. Rice is fucking delicious, okay? It is not conducive to a healthy diet. That's what I'm saying. If you were to exclusively eat rice. Rice is fucking amazing. Noodles are better. I disagree. I hard disagree. Spend 50 euros every few months for 9... You realize 9 kilograms is a lot, right? No, Lugia? Like, 9 kilograms is a lot of rice. 50 euros for 9 kilograms isn't really that bad. Rice and soy sauce and spring onions are... I genuinely find spring onions revolting. Actually revolting. Can't do it, man. You are dysfunctional living alone. I just want people to live a little bit better than they could, right? I feel like a lot of people live in, like, unfortunate situations. And unfortunately, kind of a good chunk of it is self-inflicted. Like, there might have been extraneous circumstances that put them where they are in the first place, and there was nothing they could do about them. Right? And it's fucked and unfair, and it shouldn't have happened. But then they get past that. They've dealt it. It's done. It's in the past. They have to live with what they have now. And it's like, it's the candle thing, right? We spend £200 of food, like, someone help us budget, £200 a month on food, £100 a month on electric and gas, £900 a month on candles. Stop buying so many fucking candles. It's real obvious what you need to do. Time to research which mods are broken. Good luck, Kuiper. I hope it isn't the one that's integral to your run. Try rice, soy sauce, and butter. Gonna be honest, I prefer to, like, choose the amount of soy sauce I have on. I don't want to mix the whole thing together, right? Numbing something and the impulse control to do it are two differently things. I know. But you do need to train yourself, right? Like, impulse control, there is different levels of threshold, which certain people have and certain people don't. But it is something that you can train yourself to have, instead of just being like, well, I got poor impulse control, whoopsie. Not saying that's what people do, right? I'm not trying to specifically feel like... I don't want you to feel like I'm picking on you in particular, Sale. Just mean in general. That is, you know... You manage to not die month to month? Yeah, exactly. You buy things that you maybe shouldn't, I would assume. But you also maintain yourself from month to month fine. I'm talking about people who are like, man, I had a rough month last month, had to pay for some bills and stuff that I didn't know I was going to have to pay for. I need to hard budget food this month. And then the first thing when they do when they go home is go on Amazon and start browsing for stuff to buy. It's like... You literally just said... You're putting yourself in the income thing, right? Like, you're doing it to yourself. Can you stop yourself from impulse buying something on Amazon if you see it? Maybe not. Can you maybe work on your impulse control on going on Amazon in the first place? Yeah, you can. You're not going to succeed every time. You're going to fail sometimes. You're going to fuck up, right? It's not going to be flawless. It's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. Nothing's flawless. But you can slowly but surely try and, like, work yourself out of that habit. This is the thing, Luigi, that is for some people. People will buy things they can't afford. Because there's this wonderful thing called credit. Which is, in theory, quite good. In practice, some people should not be allowed it. But it allows you to purchase things that you cannot afford. That's why you never got a credit card, yeah. Some, like, genuinely, for the sake of themselves, some people should not be allowed credit cards. I truly believe that. I've had a few people that I've worked with where it's, like, genuinely the best thing you could do in your life right now is to not, like, get rid of your credit card. You would live better if you got rid of it. There's a guy who's still homeless because he can't stop wailing on gacha characters for meta-analysis. Yeah, see, that's like, you got a problem, right? Huggy, you better tell me before you starve. I'm not gonna starve. I have my wonderful, wonderful human being of a partner who supports me. And even if both of us were in the situation where, like, stuff started to go a little bit rougher, right? It's not great to say. There's definitely some things that I could do that would sacrifice my own health that would enable me to have some more money. And also, just, like, I can go and get an actual job that pays money instead of doing this. I would be miserable and I would not be happy and it'd be terrible for me, but I can do it. It might take a bit of while, like a little bit, but it's doable, right? You have a credit debit card, so you can make online purchases, but only with your own money, yeah. Just a debit card. Even if you have money, you might not get any commissions for a while, so who knows? You hold on to it, yeah. Yeah, I think that helps us in a way, Lugia. Because our income is so, like, tumultuous. Yours more so than mine. Like, we don't... In theory, tomorrow, no one could turn up to my stream ever again. Right? Is that likely? Probably not. But I could make zero money as of tomorrow. Like, no one could just turn up ever again. So I don't have that safety of like, well, I know I'm gonna get X amount of money next month. I don't have a paycheck or a benefit stipend that is the same amount consistently. Same thing as always. Not blaming the people. Just like, you know, sometimes you might not be able to stop the thing itself, but you can stop the thing that leads to the issue. You can't impulse purchase clothes from the store if you don't go into the store, you know? It might be easier to control the impulse of walking into the store than it is to control the impulse once you're in the store. I don't know what you mean by soft drink, to be honest. Burlesque? You mean like fizzies? You spent only the most necessary shit, end up having like 3 salaries in your bank. Because you didn't want to spend it, yeah. Yeah, back when I earned money regularly, I think I had like £7,000 in my bank account at one point. Because I was just like, I don't know what to spend it on. Was it higher than that? Wow. I was like, I don't know. Man. I gotta save this in case, like, you know, my computer implodes tomorrow and my bike dies and, I don't know, I lose my job all at the same time. Which is bordering a little bit on, like, delusional. But I would still spend money to have fun, so it wasn't a problem, right? I'd still buy new games, like, once a month and all that stuff. Fizzy boys. Yeah, not drinking that's a little bit harder, right? You could initially what you can do you drink it at home, Ballas? As well as when you're out and about? Because everything's a process, right? So it's not going to work immediately. Like, you're going to have times where you fall and stuff. You try and set rules on yourself. There's going to be moments where it just doesn't work. But, like, a good way to start with stuff like that is don't allow yourself to have it in one sort of situation. Don't allow yourself to have it at home. Make it like a event celebratory type of thing. So whenever you go out, you can buy it. But, you know, you don't go out and go to the grocery store or whatever and buy 3 72 packs to sit in your home and only drink at home. Try and make it like an only out thing. Or an only at home thing, so when you go out and get drinks or something, if you're in a restaurant, maybe order a smoothie or whatever. Baby steps. Don't allow yourself to have them on Sundays. And then once you get used to that, don't allow yourself to have them on Saturdays. As with anything, it's fucking grueling and annoying and difficult to do, but it's doable, right? Soft drinks are really good. You rarely have them, though. I fucking love soft drinks, man. I think I actually have more soft drinks now than I used to, and it's because I'm not the one who's buying them. You're pretty proud of you and hubby. You live with €1,000 monthly income. Yeah, that's actually wild. But there is also definitely some factors that go into that, right, that can't be applied to everyone. Unfortunately. You consist of coffee and water mostly, you only have the occasional pop. I think that's kind of the thing for most people. Which factors? Rent, Lugia. I don't know how much you can pay having, like, compared to the going rate, but I imagine it's probably less. You pay 1,000 in rent, but you only live with €1,000 a month? That's all your money got? No? Or do I not understand what you mean? Okay, no, that's more reasonable then. Okay, I wasn't with you. Probably do pay about the going rate for rent then. Ooh, maybe. Don't know. Euro has more value than the USD. Yeah, about 1.2. 1.18? I don't know why I want to say that. But yeah, that is pretty good. Any privilege you have is being in the same house for 12 years, so it isn't as high, yeah. Man, this like square meterage of house size is like really common, apparently. But it's never something I've come across in my entire life because I've never looked at houses, so it means fucking nothing to me. And I can't conceptualize in my mind what a square meter is. So it's just like, yes, number. Teeny always says it whenever they're looking at houses. And they're like, oh yeah, look, this house, it's got like 2 bedrooms and it's like 70 square meters. And I'm like, 2 bedrooms. That means something. Because you have the biggest unit, you pay more for the garden, which makes so much sense. I mean, it does. In a kind of way, but... also not at the same time. Man, these guys just kept roaring, man. Just roaring over and over again. Are you fucking kidding me? What type of coffee do you have, Zale? Just regular coffee. Fair enough. I'm just waiting until this Brachydios gets over to me because I'm sick of fighting with two monsters in the area here. There we go. This is ending terribly for me every time, very quickly. Fuck. 20 cents coffee woo. Price. Oh, good. There we go. I do wonder how much my drink costs per like drink. But it would be a pain in the butt, right? To try and work that one out. Raki, please. Thank you. So, the next tough boss appeared that quickly, Chisel? It's only been like 30 minutes, right? Has 100 servings, you took the price divided by 100, yeah. It's not as easy as that with mine, right? Because it's fluid. You beat the last boss yesterday after the stream? Oh, for some reason, I didn't even conceptualize the idea that you might have played further. I thought you started playing it again today, and then... Don't mind me. Not all here. Forgive my brain at the moment, please. I'm quite looking forward to playing that game. Honestly. Not sure if you want to listen to stories or just have one on while you brainstorm. You can always find out the answer to that one pretty quickly, at least. When you you put it on and then just zone out and stop listening. You're like, right? Know where we're going today. Oh, my bug's maxed out. Oh, cool. Just the one weapon. I'll have to upgrade her. I really wish you could filter to just pendants you owned. No, I don't want to... Go away. Also, I just realized I got the screen capture on instead of the game capture on. Let's put that on. In case I need to alt tab at any point so it doesn't pop up on the screen constantly. Okay, Lugia? Well, there's plenty of those. Clutch Claw mods still work? Thank fuck for that. Because that would have been really annoying. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. With what I was talking about earlier, man. Sometimes you need to take a step back and be like, am I actually enjoying this, right? People come up with these crazy challenges. I just hope they actually have fun with them. Because that's got to be soul crushing. Be glad if you managed to beat even one the normal way, which you haven't. Have you tried to play one? I feel like we've had this conversation before, but I can't remember it for some reason. Have you tried to play a Souls-like Lugia? People have more time than sense. Sometimes, yeah. You think Dark Souls 2, you failed the tutorial boss and gave up. Fair enough. Did you fail it a single time and give up, or did you give it like a good few attempts and then just go like, this isn't for me? A good try? Cool. Do you have any interest in doing any of them? Or does it just not interest you at all? Now? Yeah? Cool. Well, you've got access to all of them if you want them. Or at least the DS ones you've got access to. You just looked at them, but you're scared. Doesn't have to be a permanent thing, right? You can start them, get annoyed, and then just stop. Nothing wrong with that. Not that you could play them right now anyway, but... 2017, 6 years ago. Every time you think to try, I assume that's the name of the boss in Code Vein again. You just bulk. I genuinely don't think there's anything wrong with getting like halfway through a game and just quitting. Right? The game isn't even listed in Steam anymore. Oh, yeah. Dark Souls Prepare to Die got replaced by Dark Souls Remastered. That's why. AC6 boss you're stuck on? Man, playing that game's gonna be a wild experience. You're getting Skyrim vibes. Dark Souls Prepare to Die was the first one on PC, I think. It just had the DLC in it straight away. And then Dark Souls Remastered was made because Prepare to Die was dog shit. I don't know if that's the reason why it was made, but Prepare to Die had too many problems. Like, you needed a mod if you wanted to play that game at, like, 60 FPS, stable. Which Souls do I have would I actually recommend to you? I would recommend to most people Dark Souls 3, to be honest. I think Dark Souls 3 is the... In terms of combat, it's the easiest one. Per individual encounter. I mean, Elden Ring. Does that still count as a Souls game? Elden Ring, man. Just R2 everything. Done. Jump R2s. You've won the game. Congrats. This is the thing with a lot of Souls gamers. Well, right? Depending on your exposure of who you've watched play Souls games. Like, if you've only really watched me, I tend to shy away from all of the cheesy shit. So there's a lot of cheesy shit you can do to make those games really fucking easy. Dark Souls 1, just play magic. That's literally it. Just use magic. DS2, use hexes. Kind of the same thing. It's almost always magic, by the way. Made it to the last boss of Code Vein. We got mega frustrated. Oh, really? Oh, that sucks. I don't know what there is that's cheesy in DS3, to be honest. Although I really don't like the magic in DS3, I can tell you that much. Is that cheesy, Cat Pants, or is that strong? I feel like the Sellsword Twin Blades probably require a little bit too much player execution to be cheesy. Uchi Katana, probably pretty good, right? I mean, I'm looking at this from a new player who, like, isn't gonna look up a build, doesn't know all that stuff, right? The type of person who isn't gonna know, like, you're gonna tell them, like, oh yeah, Sellsword Twin Blade's pretty good. And they're not gonna be like, oh yeah, I should bump my dex to, like, soft cap and get a shit ton of stamina. So that I can just spam attacks. Magic's pretty obvious because it's like, oh, well, I need intelligence because I literally can't use the spells if I don't. In DS1, this is... And by the time you have enough intelligence to use the spell, it already does way too much fucking damage. How you drawn on, by the way? Uchi Katana's very, very powerful. Did Mace put a DS3 Uchi playthrough for me in the challenge runs? I can't remember. But that shit's gonna be over in an instant, man. Hey, Drawdown, thanks for following. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy. The killing of monsters here. Speaking of Souls games, right now, hey, segue. If you are not aware, there is currently a poll going on in the Discord server. !Discord if you want to go to that bad boy. Because I just finished Dark Souls 3. On Tuesdays and on Thursdays. Sorry, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So, that's there. If you want to have a little vote on what game is next. If I looked today, and if it's still the same, it was incredibly fucking even. Between like 3 different options. You already voted? Is one of the ones you want winning, Zayo? Or one of the higher up ones? I think it was Subnautica. Fire Emblem, Engage, and Stardew Valley were all on 7 votes. Across the board. 6 because I removed mine. Every time you go and do Magic build in DS3, you end up reverting to Melee, yeah. Magic in DS3, the focus system fucks it real bad, like Hyper says. Why did I choose Hunting Horn? I didn't draw done. So this run is entirely restricted to weapons and armor made from Pukei equipment. You're blaming me if Dark Souls makes you sad. You can do that. Can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, Hunting Horn. I'm limited to Pukei equipment, weapons and armor. And there is weapon redemptions in the channel points thing. At the bottom of the screen, one of the things you can weapon redeem is any of the available Pukei weapons. Someone redeemed Hunting Horn, so I'm playing Hunting Horn. I didn't choose to play it for this quest in particular. I'm just stuck with it. I don't mind it in this game though. Hunting Horn's actually quite good in World. If the votes stay the same, what would I choose? Between those lot? I would probably pick Fire Emblem Engage, not because of any particular reason that I would want to play it more than the other ones. But because Fire Emblem Engage already won a poll previously. But I forgot I didn't have the space on my Switch to have 2 games installed at the same time. And also it would be a little bit more comfy, I guess. Stardew's going to be weird. Like, I'm going to have fun playing Stardew, but I think it's going to be a very weird time for me. Because it's a different, it's a very different experience in terms of streaming. Because the game is so different, right? It's much more chill. And Subnautica is... I'm gonna poop myself playing that game. I don't have thalassophobia. But Subnautica has spots where it's just kind of, like, scary. As a hunting horn main, you hit a wall trying to solo Safi because you have no friends who play this game. Oh, just... In all genuine honesty, Jordan, it's not worth it. No reward you can get from Safi is worth having to solo it. Just skip him. Solo scaling in the biggest quotation marks that human history has ever invented. Though, right? Technically they added solo scaling. If you completely ignore the amount of damage you need to do to drain all of his fucking... Or the amount of time you need to spend, sorry, to drain all of the levels. They added solo scaling to Safi himself, but they did not add solo scaling to his siege mechanics. Both of the sieges are technically possible, Jordan. Kulve to Roth took me 6 hours to solo before I had a successful attempt with high rank gear when high rank was out. Safi, I'm a smarter man now. I'm not even gonna try it. It's not worth it. The rewards you get aren't even that fucking good, man. Was it that long because of leveling pursuit? Yep, basically. Because this was right when Kulve came out, so it wasn't as known, like, oh yeah, just trail behind and, like, do all that stuff, right? But I needed Pursuit level 6 to be able to kill her solo. So I had to get her all the way up to Pursuit level 6, purely by myself. Good times though. Pursuit system was dreadful, yeah. Honestly, both of the sieges were just not great. I really just don't know what they were thinking with either of them. Which is a shame because both of the sieges have really cool monsters. I think both Safi and Kulve are really, like, really cool and interesting fights. That are kind of, like, ruined. To a degree, with their mechanics surrounding them. Thankfully you can fight Kulve now, at least, without any bullshit going on. What do you think is a fun fight in final phase? Safi's annoying and draining, yeah. Just ignore them and go for Fatalis, yeah. Ignore Kulve, ignore Safi. Drilled on. Genuinely don't give a shit about them. Their gear is entirely unnecessary for anything else in the game. And they are, for the most part, just going to waste your time. You got full cool armor? Very nice. Yeah, fire weapons are nice for Ice Alatreon, but Fire Alatreon is used for Swank. They're nice, but you don't need them, is the important bit. People are far too focused on getting the Kiar weapons. They're not necessary. They're really, really not necessary at all. They are useful. I do agree. But you do not need. Is there a craftable fire weapon that's comparable to Frostfang's power? Nope. Absolutely not. But you don't need a weapon that's that powerful to do it. That's the thing. And I can tell you that for sure because I've done it with every single weapon. Bar heavy bowgun and light bowgun. Your weapons, your attempts of doing cool, you got every weapon except for Hunting Horn. Ah, that sucks so much. Honestly, other than the Kiar weapons, the cool weapons are kind of booming, so you haven't missed out on much. The Kiar weapons are only really good because they have crit element on them. On the weapon itself. And decent elemental value. They are probably some of the strongest options in the game, but for the amount of work you have to put in to get them, they're a bit overrated. It's not worth getting the strongest weapon in the game if it requires you put in hundreds of hours. Right? It's just not worth it, man. Yeah, Slugia? I'm not stopping playing Monster Hunter World so you can play Dark Souls. If you're going to ask me that. You spent several hours yesterday trying to get them. Yeah, just like, unless you're enjoying the motions of going through it, just don't. Unless you're enjoying the siege and like enjoying playing the game, just in general having fun and it's all a good time and all that stuff, just don't do it. It's genuinely really not worth it. Love you. Thank you. Love you too. Wanna stop playing so you can play Dark Souls? No. I pre-knowed you. I pre-knowed you. What do you mean? It really shouldn't take hundreds of hours to get it. No. understand them wanting to have some level of like random like shit to it. I get why they do it. What I don't understand is why you can't just at some point trade, right? Why can't at some point you just go, okay, I've got 5 cool weapons, none of them were the one I want, let me trade for a Kya weapon that I actually want. I want the Kya fire weapon. Yes, please, thank you, goodbye. And it's done. Like, that's it. It's good to see you, Line. My stream puts not being 12 hours on Fridays puts you into an awkwardly long afternoon nap. You try to blame me for this? Why are you trying to blame me? Thank you for the hunting horn, Summers. Why is every meta build 100% damage? You can't play this game without evading stuff. Because that's what meta is, Drudon. Meta is not about comfortability or survivability or fun. It can be fun for certain people, but meta does not... Fun is not important in meta. Meta is about doing as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. That's it. Your enjoyment in doing this, you having fun with the game, you having comfortable skills in your set, none of these things are relevant. Monster dies quick. That's it. That's all that matters. Fucking demon doggo, man. With Horn, this is gonna suck ass. And then I've got to use Hunting Horn against Volcana twice in a row as well. Meta in an action game often means you have to be skilled and knowledgeable enough for it to be meta. I mean, to an extent, yeah. But I also feel like with the this is the thing. Right? Meta's just, I hate meta shit, man. I'm gonna leave it at that. Fuck meta. Ignore the meta. Do what you want. Fuck the meta. The meta sucks. Play the game you want to play. If you want to play meta, do it. Right? But fuck the meta, man. You're still thinking how many people find using shift with your thumb weird? That is wild, Summers. How does your hand even stretch? How do you... What? Sorry, huh? Have we had this conversation before and it was so bad that I repressed the entire thing? How the fuck do you use your thumb on the shift key? I don't even necessarily find that weird as much as I just find it impossible. At least on the QWERTY keyboards. You think having a goal and going after it and achieving it's fun? Absolutely not, yeah. But the goal of getting a meta set isn't what happens in Monster Hunter. People progress to the meta set because they want to, yes. But the issue is, people don't have fun with it. Your shift key is tiny, you can even find it with your thumb. I would actually have to put my thumb under the palm of my hand to press the shift key. With the way that I touch the keyboard. Unless I was using my thumb on left shift. Summers, why? Why on earth would you hold your hand like that? That's so inconvenient for everything ever. Also, that's incredibly uncomfortable. You've always done it? Stop! Middle finger on W, ring finger on A, pointer finger, whatever the fuck it's called, on D, left, like, baby, tiny little finger on shift, and your thumb on spacebar. Index, that's it, thank you. Your W, your long finger, your pointer finger, that's your long finger. Can move around to touch 1, 2, and 3. It can hit Q and E. Your pinky finger can do shift control. You should never really need to use your thumb for anything other than spacebar. You've used the quote-unquote normal method. You've always done this since you got your hands on a keyboard. That's wild to me, man. Like, that's actually so... If it works for you, it works for you, right? But that is actually physically uncomfortable for my hand. Because my thumb has to stretch underneath the rest of my hand to press any of the keys. Which is not ergonomic. If it works, it works. But the reason why people find that weird, Summers, it may be rude for me to say this, but that's because that's fucking weird, dude. I've seen a lot of people type in my lifetime. I've seen a lot of people do weird shit. I've literally never seen anyone do that. It's actually the antithesis of how you're taught to type as well, right? You're a pretty fucking weird person. I mean, we all are. But that is especially strange to me. I can't even attempt to do that again. That's actually genuinely painful. Do you have hyper mobility in your thumbs, by any chance? Like, can they stretch further than they're meant to be able to without it hurting? How far is it supposed to stretch? The top bit? It should be able to go back a little bit, but it shouldn't be able to, like, bend further than a straight line, basically. Stagger rows prevent typewriter arms from getting stuck. I mean, the way the letters in the keyboard are still arranged is so, like, for convenience in terms of typing's sake, right? Looks pretty curved to you, yeah. The reason why you can do that is probably because you have hypermobility in your thumbs. Then. It's fairly common, it's not like a bad thing at all. But for a lot of people, like for me, that is actually genuinely painful to hold my hand in that position, Summers. Which is why it's probably weird for a lot of people, because they're like, how, like, that's actually, that hurts. That's not a just get used to it thing, right? That's like actually physical pain. You can hold it, but you're not even going to attempt to do it that way, yeah. You press all the wrong buttons, yeah. That's just a practice thing. Shower's good, nice. Does it seem painful as much as it's difficult to get to the thumb to the proper key fast? That is also an issue. That's what I mean, it's not ergonomic. What? Summers? What do you use as your sprint key? In video games? Because you were playing Fallout, right? You leave it as shift. That is bonkers, man. So if you're playing Fallout, you have your thumb tucked under the rest of your hand to hold shift down constantly. That's wild, dude. That's really cool. That's just wild. Putting your thumb across your hand to try and hit the key with the nail side, yeah. I've seen people go the other way. I've never seen anyone voluntarily put themselves more into the corner of the keyboard, to be honest. I've seen people hold further out, like not WSAD, but do like ESDF instead. Or even potentially RDFG on a QWERTY keyboard. So like basically just one row over or two rows over. But never further into the corner. That's a neat. That's neat. You remember using Alt to run sometimes because your pinky gets too tired? He's too lazy to change it every time. Oh, that's good. I'm used to doing weird shit with my hand as well because of StarCraft. Can you fucking die, please? I am not gonna kill this thing anytime soon, man. Just realized I have damage numbers off. I do indeedy. Hammers go bonk, you can appreciate that. It's the musical one, even bad. Hey Ravens, I must say I do not deserve the credit for it. It has been redeemed for me to use Hunting Horn specifically. I don't mind using it in this game. I actually quite like Hunting Horn in this game. I think it's the one that's good. But it's not a weapon that I would typically play that much. What's my normal main? Dual blades. I'm a dual blader through and through. A filthy greatsword, nice. Greatsword's solid. Them chonky hits. Greatsword is actually probably going to be my choice on this playthrough for the late game. Not even necessarily by choice, but by necessity. Because I think it's the only thing I'm going to be able to do enough damage to. When you talked about this with other people, the Ring Association Iron game was the exact thing you were looking for. You're welcome. Hey, Ravens, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy my, what will not be a good showing of me using Greatsword. I apologize. Utter bewilderment. It's like wild, man. Genuinely never heard anyone have their hand like that. I like it though. If it works, right? I do worry for the poor strain on your thumb, but hopefully it's not an issue if you're hypermobile in your thumb joint. Your friend got carried through Rise solely because they mained the musical hammer and gave buffs. Didn't even do combat. Amazing. That's kind of wild. Isn't Rise Hunting Horn kind of designed as such that you don't even need to play the songs, though? Really? You only picked Hunting Horn as your main because it looked like a bagpipe. As reasonings go. That's fair. Honestly, I only picked dual blades because I was like, I mean, two swords. I was also 11, so two swords was just like, oh, it's got two swords, right? But I still love them to this day, so it's not really a great excuse anymore. Oh god, I wish stuff like that existed when I started playing the game, Ravens. Spinal-based shenaniganry didn't exist until 4U. I picked dual blades up in 3v9. They were not as good at that point. Hey JD, welcome. Dual blades. For me, it's not even about the spine shenanigans. It's actually so much about how quick you are with dual blades. And how much you can like predict monster movement and stuff. I just feel so good. Dodging? Oh. Oh. Lance is fun. Lance is really good. Especially in 5th gen. Lance is amazing in 5th gen. I like the further distinguishment between Lance and Gun Lance as well. I think that's good. Basically playing all of your songs with your main damage combo. Neat. It's crazy how much you can block in this game. Yes. Without guard up. Absolutely. They've really buffed it. All of the shield weapons in that regard. Get lifesteal on the Lance and never die. I mean, you can even play Evasion Lance, right? That's the crazy thing. It's got the giant-ass shield, but it's really good at evasion as well. And positional-based evasion, like not even necessarily iframing through attacks. You can use the jump pokes. So nice. All of the weapons are great, honestly. You main Lance now, JD. You started with Hammer and Swax. Hammer and Swax are quite different to each other to start with, both of them. It's an interesting combo. You started Insect Glaive, Raven, you had a blast. Insect Glaive's really good. The bugs annoyed you. That is honestly the worst bit about the weapon. I think by a clear distance as well. Bowguns in World is like Magic in Dark Souls. I will say no for one reason. Magic is actually good in Dark Souls at the start of the game. Bowguns at the start of the game is dog shit. As soon as you get late game, you get good skills for them. Damn, they are good. Play a bowgun as you go through the game from the start. It's so much worse. It requires a lot of skills to make the weapons work. Alright, Volcana 1. Or Volcana 2, I should say, sorry. Shouldn't be too bad. You hate Volcana? Really? I love her. She's one of my more enjoyed monsters in this game. It's a great sword man, you hate her moving. I can understand that. You love this cutscene? Yeah, me too. I feel like it more appropriately shows how a fight would actually work. Oh, these cutscenes, man. Yeah, get fucked. Enjoy summers. Think of the rest of it's just like, oh, he's dying. Did they change the Valk theme in Rise at all? I didn't think they changed it, did they? Haven't heard it in a while. You probably shouldn't say they did it dirty in Rise then. If you're not sure. Rise has already got enough people banging on it for essentially no reason sometimes. Rise is a good game? It's a great game, yeah. Rise is a really good game. Compared to World, there is one very important distinction that needs to be made there, right? Kind of. It's as simple as that. It's on the Switch, it's not on mainline consoles, there's all this shit, right? COVID, man. I don't think that makes it acceptable for the product that they put out, but I can see that it is a contributing factor. Also, the popularity of World is probably one of the large reasons why Rise isn't as good as it is. As it could be, I should say. Because the Capcom publishers probably came pretty hard down on the Monster Hunter team and was like, look, you need to make this like World. You need to make this like World. I entirely disagree, Ravens. Actually, 100,000,000% disagree. And you know why? Monster Hunter has been on consoles primarily since 2nd generation. And it has been absolutely fantastic on consoles since 2nd generation. Every time it's been great on consoles. So I don't think you can blame the Switch, right? Hell, it was on 3DS for all of 3rd gen and 4th gen. This wasn't on consoles, Chisel. On portable, on handhelds. In terms of graphics, look, graphics doesn't make the game, right? And once again, like, why are you comparing a game on the Switch to a game on PC? And consoles with 4K capabilities, right? I get the, like, comparing the graphical sake of it, but, like, it's just impossible, right? Honestly, the biggest problem with Rise's graphics is they tried to make it compare. They tried to make it look like the PC graphics instead of hyper stylizing it. And I don't mean this as an insult towards you, but it's because of comments like that. Because people go, oh, the graphics on the Switch look shit. It's a Switch. What you want from it, right? Graphics on the Switch actually look really fucking good. They look too good, which is why the game lags to hell. But it's a different problem. Game's been on console like PC once, right? It has been on PC and home consoles a single time. And you gotta remember, it's hard to think about it from a retroactive perspective. It's not from an interview, no, Cat Pants, but it's just so clear as day from like from a corporate perspective, right? Yeah, from Capcom's perspective, think about it. Games have been on consoles for the longest time. They haven't really sold fantastically in the West. They've been on handheld consoles specifically, this is. Haven't really been selling fantastically in the West. Monster Hunter World is a massive risk, right? It's got a lot of money pumped into it to make the graphics look really fucking good. That's going to cost them a lot of money. It's a lot of development time. They've got to pay the licenses to get it released on PlayStation and Xbox instead of just on a Nintendo console, which they've had a long-standing reputation with. So they got to negotiate that alliance. They got it released on PC. They got to negotiate with Steam as well. Not that you really have to negotiate with Steam, you just do what they tell you to, unfortunately. It's a massive risk. So the next game in the series, which is being developed before World is finished, right, is Rise. While World is, like, about to come out, Rise has already been in development for a year or two or something. So they're gonna make it like the old games. Because the old games work. Simple as that. The old games just work. They know what they do. It's a tried and tested formula. It keeps selling over and over again. World comes out. Oh man, does it do well. Oh boy. Oh boy, does it do well. And then immediately, all the publishers come along. Change this game. You're in mid-development. You've made segmented areas. Everything's set. The map might even be a complete... Change it to look like World. Now. We need to push copies. We need to sell it. Make the graphics better. Make the maps open world. Get rid of this segmented shit. Make it so you move while healing instead of doing still. Make everything like World as much as you can. It's so clear, right? It's so obvious. You had the same speculation while playing Rise. Feels like they were going to make another handheld, change horses midstream, yeah. The graphics probably suffered a lot from the change to open maps, assuming that's what happened, yeah. Because the graphics with segmented areas would have been able to run at a higher frame rate. Because they could have, like, instanced areas, right? So it would have ran really well. Going from segments to open world would have been so hard mid-development, yeah. But look at Rise. Just think about Rise and World for a moment, right? World's maps. Everything in the maps, there's like tons of areas where you can naturally gather stuff from. It's all kind of in like a natural path. There's the endemic life, which is spattered around, but it's in areas that make sense. In Rise, the map's pretty empty. It's not a bad thing. It's just a comparison. The map's much emptier. World's probably a bit too busy, right? World's like up here. It's like off the top of the screen. Rise is probably a little bit too low. It kind of needs to be somewhere probably a bit towards the middle. The map is dead. And a lot of the stuff... A lot of the areas where there is stuff with, like, condensed areas is in the bits where you fight the monsters, right? In the little mini arena type areas that are more clearly arenas in Rise than they are in World as well. So it really feels like they developed like a good chunk of all the maps and then someone came in and just slapped them in the face and went, make them open world. Which is why it feels empty. And it's probably... There's a lot of conjecture going on here, right? There's a lot of conjecture going on here. It's a lot of, like, theory and none of this is known and all this shit. It's probably why the system with the bugs is even in the game. Where you go and pick up the small little pollen bugs and they give you, like, more health, more stamina and all that shit. It's probably why that's even there. to give you a reason to explore the map because they couldn't fill in all the fucking assets in time, right? It's not that hard to make an asset for a floating green, red, orange, and yellow bug. It's just plop them down. 5 health, done. Instead of like, right, where do we place herbs, honey, all this shit. I was going to say it doesn't detract from the game. It kind of does, a little bit. Unfortunately. But I think that game faced a lot of, like, really genuine, horrible developmental shit that people don't take into account when they give that game negative stuff. Right? When they talk bad about that game, they don't really take into account, like, World's success was ludicrous. It turned Monster Hunter from a fairly niche game that most people had probably never even heard of to Capcom's best-selling game of all time. The company as a whole. Out of nowhere, basically. And then also COVID. In the middle of Rise's development. Just, like, that's just fucked, right? It's just not fair. Now, I still think the way that that game was released is flat out unacceptable. It was unfinished. But yeah. You love the combat in Rise and the world and the wire bugs. Map's dead. Yeah. You hate that bug system. I don't think anyone really likes that bug system. Hunting helpers are cool. I like the idea of it, but I prefer them being stationary. But that's just a personal preference thing. For me, it's a little bit cooler to like learn where the bugs, like the hunting helpers, are on the map, and then lure the monster over to them and abuse them in that spot, kind of like you do with the rocks and the ceiling and stuff. But it does make perfect sense. If you can pick up the frog without setting it off, why wouldn't you pick up the frog, right? You'd bring it with you. It just makes sense. And then you'd just be like, hey, you want to be paralyzed? Eat this fucking frog, shit. It's a good and logical, like, progression, in my sense. You hate spending X time before your hunt run around to get the max specs? Yeah, I don't even do that. When I played Rise, I didn't even bother. I just... If I got them, I got them. If I didn't, I didn't. Hey, Volcana. God, you are a really awesome monster. Am I dead? Nope, she was kind. Thank you, Volcana. You got a mod that gives you a rainbow spiral bed at spawn, so you don't need to. That's honestly entirely fair. Hits on world feel more solid? They do. This isn't like detracting from Rise at all. Rise is made to be more of a... I don't know if it's made to be, but to me, it feels like more of a Devil May Cry, a Bayonetta type of game. The hits aren't as, like, meaty, but it's made to be a little bit, like, quicker, fast-paced, get into the action, go, 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 go. Whereas World is a little bit more, like, slow and steady and think about what you're doing. Hits go bang when you hit a monster. It's not quite as... controlled? What's the word I'm looking for? Calculated. You don't have to commit to actions as much as you did in the older games. In 4th gen. And such. 4th and 3rd gen. Like, hits were even meatier in those than they are in this. And the end lag on some attacks was humongous. But yeah. I think that was just a different gameplay choice. And I personally didn't like it. A lot of people really did. And I know a lot of people really did, because a lot of people prefer Rise's combat to Worlds. But I don't think that's the common opinion. Yeah, the route for every map wasn't too complicated, just took shit on the way, basically. It's kind of not the fact that it's complicated, it's the fact you have to do it at all, right? Like, why, when every time I load into a map, I gotta run around and grab a shit from a whole bunch of bugs, like, it's just tedious. And it's, like, counterintuitive to the design as well. You get to see where the monsters are straight away as soon as you send them a single time. Also, even if you haven't seen them a single time, it's always the first monster you target lock to. If you didn't know that in Rise, by the way, start a new save file. The monster you need to hunt on every quest is always the one you target lock to first. Every single time. That was a good roll. They're just built very differently. Nothing wrong with that. They appeal to different audiences. Rise design, there was a reaction people complain about how much too much visual clutter in World as well, needs to perform better on the hardware, yeah. There's definitely a bit of that in there as well, Hyper, for sure. People did complain about clutter too much, like a lot of clutter in this game, definitely. Rise with the wirebugs made combat feel so high speed and you enjoy that? I don't. Combat in Rise... I know this gets thrown around a lot and I don't mean it in the right way. I don't mean it in the bad way, right? It doesn't feel like I'm playing Monster Hunter. It feels like I'm playing Devil May Cry. It doesn't feel like a Monster Hunter game. Because I'm just never punished. Hell, I get knocked on the floor and I just wirebug the fuck away. Like, where's the punishment? I agree, Cat Pants, but a lot of people do think that this game is very cluttered. World did that as well with the research. Yeah, the difference between World and Rise and being able to see monsters straight away. In World, you need to have fought the monster like 4 or 5 times. In Rise, you know where every monster exactly is on the map, literally as soon as you step foot into the map. You might not know what all the monsters are, but you know exactly where all of them are. You know how many monsters on the map, exactly where all of them are. And if you've seen all the monsters, you know exactly what all the monsters are. In World, you have to work for that. You have to go around, you have to pick up tracks, you have to fill in your research. It doesn't sound like a lot, right? But it makes a very big, like, impact. Because you worked for it. It wasn't just given to you. Crit Flash is really fucking annoying, yeah. The same issue is true of Rise, though. If I may say. I literally have to turn my dogs off from using a specific, like, weapon. Because the amount of visual bollocks it puts on the screen is way too much. Is it the chain blades? I can't see shit when the dogs are using the chain blades. Honestly, I always suffered from it more in Rise than I did in World Hyper. But that's because I don't really run crit builds that often. Like, it was a bit of a pain in the ass sometimes. But the issue I've had is quite often in Rise, I've literally been unable to see a monster. Because it's hidden under so many attacks. See, that's the experience I've had in Rise with 4 of any weapon. Literally, if you're just playing 4-player, that's my experience. That you just can't see anything. To be honest. Trip thingy before player? What trip thingy? Oh, flinch free? That's been a thing in Monster Hunter since forever. That's literally always been a Monster Hunter mechanic since Monster Hunter 1. I actually genuinely think that adding the flinch free decoration has hurt the overall sense of gameplay in the community, not helped it. Everyone just starts, like, not everyone, but in almost all hunts in World and Rise, you will see 4 players at the head of the monster. Just always attacking, right? Whereas in games before, you would see it happen quite often, especially with longsworders, unfortunately. Like, it sounds rude, but the stereotype is true for a reason. But you would see people with cutting weapons at tails, people with blunt weapons at heads, people with weapons like maybe a lance, gun lance that aren't so good at cutting but are good at pumping out damage, they'd be at the body. Flinch free was a mistake. They never should have added that deco. They should have let it be like, if you're at the head, you're getting flinched. They shouldn't have added it. Hammer sent the other highest high flying challenge. That's kind of the thing, though, right? Hammers, if they hit the monster's head, KO the monster. The same is true with Hunting Horn. So who should be at the head? Hammers and Hunting Horn, if they're in your quest. But instead, it's just the two longsworders. Every quest, staying at the head all the time, never healing. You think the worst thing they added was SOS and matchmaking? I think SOS was a good idea. I think matchmaking was a bad idea. I think that's what Flinch 3 tried to encourage, positioning, but they overestimated. Well, this is the thing, Simon, right? This has been, like, Monster Hunter doesn't start a Monster Hunter World. Before Monster Hunter World came along, before the Flinch 3 skill was added in, people positioned wonderfully. Long swords, great swords, sword and shield, dual blades, they were at tails. Hammers, hunting horns, they were at heads. Switch hacked, insect glaives. People who maybe had a little bit more like dynamism in their moveset, charge blades. They were at the body. Maybe charge blades were at the head as well, because they also do KO damage, depending on what type of charge blade they were playing. World does not have matchmaking, Hyper. It's only Rise that has matchmaking. World was the first big hit. They tried to mitigate some stuff. Yeah, but it was a mistake. Like, it was wrong. They shouldn't have. Has matchmaking for lobbies, but it's not the same thing, yeah. No, Rise allows you to search, like, I want to kill this monster, and it'll put you straight into a quest. World has that too, but only through SOSs, right? No, World doesn't have that. You can filter the SOS to a menu with specific monsters, but it won't put you immediately into the quest. Rise puts you straight into the quest. That's the difference. I don't think you even need to click anything, right? And also, if I'm not mistaken, in Rise, you might not even be able to see what monsters are currently SOS. Like, you actually just can't see that option. It doesn't exist. Rise matchmaking's great by the AFK bullshit. I don't know why that became such a thing with Rise. It seems to be a thing in Rise more than it is in World. Think they're pretty much the same thing? It's a slight difference. Hey! Ravens. Thank you. For the sub, let me give you some hearts there. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your Atlas viewing. Appreciate the support. I think they're pretty much the same. There's an important distinction, I think, to me, which is you don't get to pick, right? It just chucks you in a lobby. Sometimes I want to go into the SOS quest list, and I just want to browse the SOS quest list and be like, yeah, I'll go and help this person. I don't know if you can do that in Rise. I think you go, I want to fight Magnamalo, and it puts you in a quest with Magnamalo. That's it. You're done. Rise puts you in the first one it finds. World makes you try to get in first. Used to search for Tempest investigations. Early base world, you had to mash through the menus as fast as possible to have a chance to get in. I never had that issue, to be honest. And I played in early as well. Usually what I did, though, Hyper, is I scrolled down about half the list first. I didn't try and get into the top one on the list. I scrolled like halfway down the list and then started looking. And then I never had problem getting in. Oh, I died. Well, yeah, Hunter Helper in Iceborne was a really good decision. Honestly. Hey! Trish, well done. Congrats. Barioth is not an easy foe to beat. Well done. Everyone was running out of quests because the game had a terrible system at getting them. What, the, via the footprints and stuff? It wasn't great, yeah. Wasn't great. It's gonna be a bit of trouble here. Had to make one necklace per mission. They were dog shit 99 out of 100 times. Yeah. I know I'm in the minority, but I preferred RNG decos a lot. I don't think either of them are good. But I understand why there needs to be some RNG element. But necessarily in mind the RNG in itself adds way too much menuing between quests for your taste. I mean, you can use item sets for that, right? Did talk about this the other day. We came up with the idea that you can make both craftable, but up the requirement to craft. Oh no, I would hate that. I already think it's way too grindy to craft the shit most of the time. Oh, queuing up the melds in Rise. Right, yeah, that's annoying. Said you're okay with there being some RNG? Yeah. Do you mean a system that does both? Because that's more interesting than just being like flat craftable. You do have RNG per hunt reward than queue up rewards. Yeah, that's where I'm at as well. This is the crazy thing though. Pre-World, it used to be necklaces as well. World changed it to decorations. I don't know why. Don't have a clue, but I preferred it personally. But World is the one that changed it, so it's kind of World's fault that this is even a debate. But necklaces pre-World were like... You weren't guaranteed to get one on every quest, and you mostly got them from mining. But it was kind of a per quest RNG reward for your necklace. Like, it wasn't whatever the fuck Rise did. So I don't know why they changed that to like the weird gacha system. Very strange. You get the RNG deco at complete random, really low chance. No, I don't like that. Personally, Hyper. Frontier has something like that, and it's incredibly fucking annoying. The difference in Frontier is that you get a flat failure rather than a random one. Doesn't Rise use tables? Rise use tables, but they cycle. Free U had a charm table, but it had like 14 charm tables. But if you got onto a charm table, you only had one of them. That was it. That was all you were getting for the rest of the game, was charms from that charm table. It's reportedly a bug that was just never fixed. I'm not a fan of that one, Hyper, but it's an interesting idea, yeah. But I don't like that, personally. That's bordering on, like, MMO grindfest, to me. Charm tables that were objectively much worse than others, so if you got onto them, you were screwed. See, that's where I take egregious with this. You were not screwed. You weren't screwed in the slightest. You just couldn't be perfectly optimal. Is it different from an RNG deco if it takes the same amount of grinding? I'm not with you there, to be honest. You've lost me. Your table when it's charming, you don't know what a charm table is. Fucked. The system would have RNG nonetheless, but you could build up the gear in stages instead of just at once. I don't really get you. I'm sorry. I feel like I half get you, but the thing that I like about RNG decos isn't the fact that they're RNG. It's that the fact, for me, it's that an individual deco in World is such a small part of your build. Like, one deco isn't a big deal, right? So if you don't have an attack 4, and you have an attack 3 speed eating one, then it's useful. Like, you get a skill that maybe isn't what you want, but it still gives you one skill you want and one skill you that is helpful. Maybe not exactly what you wanted, but it's still good for you. So it was like a slow, incremental RNG that never felt like you had to force grind it. And the same is kind of true for me with the older charm systems. I never felt like I had to go out of my way to get a good necklace. But I also think it's undeniable to say that necklaces make much more of an impact on your overall build. You have more decoration slots, so overall it adds up to actually being more of an impact. But per individual decoration, it's actually not that big. But a necklace in Rise literally decides your build, right? That's what I don't like about it. I don't care about like the RNG existing. It's the fact that it's so dominating in Rise and in 4U and 3U as well. Constitution 1 plus others deco skill. Really nice. Happy to see despite the other feels. Infinity sliding being useless. Yeah, that's rough. Oh. Let's do the system returning more than difficult in how important it is. Yeah. But that's why I prefer the deco, the RNG decos, rather than the RNG charms, right? Because the RNG decos feel like something you slowly but surely obtain as you go through the game and you hoard them all and then you just slot them in where you can. Typically in 3U, in 4U, and in Rise, I get one good necklace and I use it for the rest of the game. Like, I literally stop looking for necklaces. I give up. Like, I'm done. I get one and I'm done. That's it. I'm finished forever. Because it's a pain in the ass to deal with it any more than that. It's exactly what the idea you're talking about does as well. I just can't understand the concepts behind your idea. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I just don't think I understand it. Hyper? That's all. I'm not quite running at full brain power at the moment. So you gotta remember. So trying to understand something that I don't know about is a bit harder. Sorry. The dum-dum is strong. You got max Divine Blessing and Necklace, and that's about it in Rise. If I remember, I got Evade Extender 2, Part Breaker 1, and 2 slots on a necklace in Rise, which meant that I always had Evade Extender 2, which was my preferred amount of Evade Extender. And I always had Part Breaker 3. Because 2 slots and 1 point of Part Breaker is 3 points of Part Breaker. And then I was just like, I never need another necklace. This is perfect. I'm done. I'm done. Oh, sorry. Hey, Crimmy, welcome. Every game since Try had charms and decos. World was the only one to make decos RNG and charms craftable. Yes. Both experiences RNG decos are more reliable to come by than RNG charms, but a single RNG charm can still do a lot. Yep. I'm with you on all of that. RNG charms have an individually greater impact. For sure. I haven't liked it since Try, for what it's worth. This isn't like a new thing that's burst into my brain all of a sudden. I haven't really liked it the whole time. It's just annoying. Isn't tight deck shirt? Getting every good deco is way easier than getting every good charm. Yes. That's very true. It still sucks, though. But it still sucks. Charm farming is a pain in every game. The main difference between World and Rise, the one thing no one can complain about, everyone can complain. If you ever think something's immutable, complainable, someone will find a way. Meowscular Chef is amazing. You'll take him over Dango any day. Yes, I agree. I prefer Meowscular rather than random-ass Dango as well. Not because I prefer Meowscular necessarily, but because I prefer actual food. Like, the whoever's cooking for me is irrelevant, right? I want there to be actual, like, food. I don't want to eat fucking cheese fondue. Like you do in GU. I don't want to eat whatever the fuck Dango is. I don't want to put that lady's balls in my mouth, okay? That's what I'm telling you. You'd rather have cute girls cook for you and have cats be quest givers? I mean, you can have a cute girl cat cook for you still. Right? The only thing I care about is the food. I don't care about the fact that the cat's cooking. Cat's cooking's cute, but... Give me the bento system, I can limit how much I'm interacting with the food at all. You don't want to interact with it whatsoever, Kirby? You just want the benefits. It's a rice product. Speed morph is not a thing in this game, though. It's only in Rise. It's a Rise exclusive skill as the current moment. You don't need to in WoW, just pop an Ancient Seed or whatever it's called. I mean, you could do that in every game before Rise. Rise, even in Rise you can do that, technically. You can still get to 200. I'm pretty sure in WoW. No. You can for Rise. This is the thing, Ravens. Rise increases the health limit beyond what has been capable. World increases the health limit beyond as what has ever been capable. Health and stamina used to only be able to go to 150 before World. World made it so you can go to 200, but only with specific skills. Health boost and stamina boost. Rise, your health can go to 150, but you then also have the weird bird mechanic, which makes your health go beyond that. So I think technically you can get like, I don't know, 250 health? Maybe even 300? I don't know how high the Petalists go. Because I never really interacted with them. Because you just don't need to interact with them at all. If you don't want to. They're actually like completely irrelevant. Rise made it feel almost essential to hunt for it. Only for the stupid late game stuff. I never grabbed any of that stuff. My entire time I played through the game, I never went out of my way to grab any of it. And I never felt like I was being punished. And you can still eat an Ancient Seed in Rise, and it puts you to 150. Right? It does put you to the same amount of health as it would in World. Because it got said and then my brain got stuck on it, Crimmy. Please forgive any idiocy. I'm not I'm not great in general, but intelligence is a bit down at the moment. A lot of people haven't played any game other than World and Rise. You gotta remember this, Crimson. This is the thing, Ravens. Technically, it doesn't max your stats because of the health boost skill. So sad there hasn't been any Monster Hunter since Monster Hunter Double Cross. Man, I really wish they never released GU. I know that's bad to say, Why so? Just so I didn't have to hear people referring to GU as double cross all the fucking time. It has a localized name. We're speaking English. I know it's muscle memory, but come on. It's called Generations Ultimate. Oh, 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 that was a sexy tail cut. Sorry, that was. Oh, that was nice. Yeah, what's a true name? It's its original name. I would also say the creator of GIFs decided they were called GIFs. So its original name is a GIF. Is he correct? Because fuck no, he's not. So, you know, maybe we shouldn't always accept the original names. Need a cold shower? After that tail cut, I do, yeah. Cause he be dumb. A true name is how you get a demon out of the Netherworld. Good answer, good answer. Acceptable answer. It's less about being correct and more about what's better. It just annoys me, that's all. To me, it's kind of like if you were playing Freedom Unite and everyone just constantly kept calling it Monster Hunter Portable Second. G. Right? You're like, no, I'm playing Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. No, you're playing Monster Hunter Portable Second G. That's kind of what it feels like to me, and it's like, what? What drugs are you taking, man? Like, just call it by the localized name, right? It's unnecessary. Refer to it as Portable Second G because you don't like saying Freedom Unite? I mean, saying Freedom Unite out loud, there's nothing wrong with that, right? I understand why you wouldn't want to use the acronym, but you know, we're talking about in speech, not in text format. They want to play some FU. I mean, you could put MH in front of it. It's mostly irrelevant. It's just... It annoys me whenever that comes up, man. Oh god, he's already there. I mean, that's hilarious, Stretch. No, that's so funny. Wanna play some motherfucking Freedom Unite? I mean, that game does feel like that, Crimson. That game does feel like it hates you. Is it Monster Fucker or Motherfucker? It's only Monster Fucker if you've been on the you have been on the Nexus mod pages. Lugia. I should upgrade my armor. I'm taking a lot of damage. I'm coughing. Stop attacking me. Well, that's just rude. I'm gonna pop this even though it's a bit unnecessary. Basil's kind of giving me a rough time. To be honest, I just saw Pickle in the distance. I think I did. No, it was Basil's tail. Oh, there's his super attack. I was just about to say, he hasn't done his super. Hey, Bracky. Give me a moment, buddy. Fuck. God damn it, Bracky. Kashala, Ravens. Kashala Deora. Dodo gave you a hard time? Because too cute to hunt, of course. Of course. A Discord server you frequent has its more than fair share of those. Does not surprise me. Monster Hunter is a little bit over the top towards that side of things, to be honest. Don't just besmirch people for being into whatever they want to be into, but I feel like there's a little bit too much prominence in the Monster Hunter span of things. Your pig is wearing a dodo outfit. You can't hunt. It's the one mission you refuse. I mean, you can capture it. You don't have to kill it. Captures torture, let's be honest. According to the people in world, all they do is put tracking stuff on them, then send them back out into the wild. You want another PC built Monster Hunter game? The next mainline game will be on PC. It would just be like actually brain dead from a from a business perspective to not do it. Next year's the 20th year anniversary. It is indeed, yep. In March or April or somewhere around there. You thought when they capture a monster in world, they let you beat it up in the special arena? What the game says is that they set it free. What the mechanics say is that you beat the shit into it in the special arena. But, yeah. The game says that they put a tracker on it and they send it back into the wild in order to observe its patterns. You want another 3DS Monster Hunter game? That one might be a little bit more difficult to make happen. More parts for capture is a thing that's new to this game, and exclusive to this game as well, actually. Normally hunting gave you more bits on average. You think you know the reason for the clawhold summers? Oh? Free U remake for the Switch, let's go. God, here we go. It begins again. Oh no. Commit to one remake? I would not play that if they do that. Huh, Summers? Took free you because Rune Factory 3 got one? Right, okay. One, two, three, four, etc. I don't know about what they would be, to be honest. I use Forge and 5G in my phone. Amazing. Fresh. Very good. You'll take what you can at this point. I genuinely, at this point, just, like, wait to see what comes out and just, like, just be happy about it, right? You hate that all the weapons in Monster Hunter are good? Why? It's okay to be wrong. What weapon's bad, Crimson? Huh? Well, Insect Glaive, the bugs are stupid. Doesn't make the weapon bad just because it's got one thing you don't like, right? You did not the health plus 50 stacked with plus 50 from food and potions. It does, but only in World and Rise. If it even exists in Rise. That is not a thing pre-World. Why do you need the numbers keys? That I don't understand. Still. Summers. To quickly switch between stuff, the numbers are your quick use buttons. What, like in the menus? If they put any older Monster Hunter game, you hope it's for you. Why so, me? Let's grab the radio menu as an example. I mean, you can still use the radio menu on keyboard, though. Right? Don't craft ammo, buy every type your gun can use and live off that. Honestly, that's what I do. That's genuinely what I do. You're gonna swap your Constitution Charm for a health one. Do you not have free health boost echoes? Because if so, that's very unfortunate. Pressing 1 and immediately chugging a potion is just faster. Plus your mouse wheel's kind of busted. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, most people don't have that problem, I would say. So it does make sense. You love normal one with normal up? So bad. I don't even play Bowgun and even I know that's bad. Ugh. I apologize. There we go. You only use close range coating? Close range coating is really good. To be fair. Like, normal one is legitimately bad. Close range coating is actually genuinely good. I don't know how much research I need to get on this monster. Long range coating? If only there was such a thing. That would be incredibly helpful. Close range makes your quick shot fake. What do you mean by that? Oh, right, okay. That's annoying. Very unfortunate. Kind of not surprised though, because Quickshot already does have a ridiculously small range, right? Will you guys die? Close range coating is an excuse to use Greatsword. Feel like there might be a wee bit of gameplay difference between the two. Just a little bit, you know? I really like bow, actually. I really, really like bow. Greatsword charges, bow charges, basically the same thing. Though, sort of charges. Like, on a technical level, bow charges. But it sort of doesn't anymore. It kind of just levels up now, right? And use bloody bow, why don't you? Thank you. Why use bow when you can bonk? Sometimes you feel like saying different. If you don't, that's fine. Don't see no bow doing 10k damage in one hit. I don't see no greatsword doing 10k damage in one hit without 4 people who are all speedrunners doing it. After attempts upon attempts upon attempts and shitloads of time and practice. Rocks are everywhere and free. Nice, got it. Remember at one point Safi Elemental Bow was the meta? Wait, in World? Surely not. Safi bow deleted. I know the actual bow, not the light bow gun, the bow. I knew the light bow gun was good. I didn't know the actual bow was good. That count as a quest? No, it counted as an expedition. Cool. Interesting. Fair enough. That surprises me, honestly. Not afraid to admit that? That really surprises me. Shit. Only 2 defense, 4 defense per piece. Shit, man. That's rough. Safi Bow, all elemental ups, 1 piece of silver Wrath Soul, 3 pieces of, what, 1 piece of Wrath Soul, Azure Wrath, 3 pieces of silver Rathalos, Garuga legs, and something else. What do you mean they keep... There's been 1 game, Meep. They keep changing it since World. Like, there's this incredibly long-lasting trend. In 1 game, man. Calm down. You're starting to sound like all the other lunatics in this community. I mean, that wasn't even the thing. They introduced a change in World. They did a half revert in Rise. They'll probably change it again next game. They didn't revert anything in Rise. What do you mean? Rise's bow is just World bow, except they actually introduced shot changes again. They added back... yeah, but that didn't revert anything. They reintroduce. That's the only thing I'm like... I'm just picking up on wording here. Reverting makes it sound like they went backwards, and they did not. The bow still works the same as it does in World. It's just shot types are reintroduced. I'm being a bit nitpicky, but it's a very important, distinct wording. Change the power shot to pre-world. What was the power shot in World? I honestly don't know because I never used Dash Juice anyway, so I can't answer that one. Dash Juice is a crutch, which I don't like to rely on. In World, it was spread shot all the time. Yeah, well, they have to change it, right, mate? Like, they have to change that because spread shot is now reintroduced onto the normal shot typing. It would be weird if it was spread shot all the time when your normal shot was also spread shot, but that wouldn't make sense. No? Am I making sense there? That makes sense to me. They made it in the Valor power shot, so it's still a revert. I disagree. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think it's a revert. Because that, to me, would indicate, like... that they have changed the bow and its normal shots back to the way it was as well. Does it really matter if they, like, irregardless of this, like, mostly irrelevant it's wording conversation, does it matter if they change bow again for the next game? They'll change every weapon again for the next game, probably. They change every weapon every game, right? Literally since the beginning of the franchise, I think. Almost every weapon has changed every game. Longsword changed in Rise. They buffed it. They buffed it significantly. No, we're not talking about whether it makes sense what they do or not, right? No, do not buff the ranged weapons. Trying to buff the ranged weapons is a terrible idea. You don't need to play close range with the weapons. Make armors have ranged variants for less armor again? No. If they do that, I'm back to never playing ranged ever again. Make ranged, just make ranged weapon OP. I don't play ranged anyway. I play bow in World. Me. Hell, I even play light bowgun in Worlds. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't try and tell me what I do. Bow and Wild is melee range all the time, so it doesn't count. Your opinion is stupid, so it doesn't count. Sorry, I just thought we were saying really dumb things. What the fuck do you mean? The weapon that's classified as ranged doesn't count because the game says it's not ranged. Because you decide that because you're in melee range, it doesn't count. No, it's a ranged weapon. You don't have to play it in melee range. The fuck are you on about? I'm always keeping distance. If monsters are in your face the whole time, it's not ranged. What are you fucking talking about? Walk away! 10 meters isn't ranged. Yes, it literally is by definition. Can you touch something 10 meters away right now? Like, without moving. Can you touch it? Or do you need range to get there? Greatsword is not that long. Go attack with your greatsword as far as your way you can hit with bow. Good luck. You're going to be trying for a really long time. Means the monsters in melee? Yeah, precisely. Fight purely at range and well. It's really easy to do. There's this skill, right? It's called Evade Extender. The monster gets close to you, and then you go further away. You just dodge backwards once, and you're at range again. It's literally how I play bow. I actively don't use close range coating, because it doesn't give you enough of a read to dodge. Right? Dodging to range doesn't count. Okay, so range doesn't count because the monster moved towards you, but also moving to range doesn't count because you moved. If you move into melee range, does it count because you moved into melee range? If you use a knife in Call of Duty, why are you using a knife when everyone else has guns? You realize how, like, reductive this logic is, right? Like, this is literally just being obtuse for being obtuse's sake. Okay, you're allowed to be obtuse. What you're not allowed to do is try and force it upon other people. You're allowed to be like, oh, you know, ranged weapons just don't really work for me. You're not allowed to be like, ranged weapons are not ranged weapons. That's bullshit. Yeah, just play in multiplayer. Like Dreadshed. Hell, there's even skills in the old games to make it so you get aggro less of the time. It's called stealth. It's on Nagahuga armor a lot of the time. And there's a negative skill called taunt, which is on the Zenogre armor, which a lot of melee people get. The monsters change target. Yeah, but you can move. Whatever. It's like talking to a wall. This conversation could stop right now. This is pointless. This is gonna become cyclic. I can see it already. The weapon is designed around spamming spread power shots, rewards close range blow. You know, power shots. Whatever. Stop. Ravens, just stop. You're allowed to have your gripes, but we're not doing this. Really wish I had some more Nullberries, because it's really going to fuck me over now. Good old Black Veil putting his crap all over the floor. Ruining it for everyone. Are you stabbing in poo-poo? It would honestly be preferable. I think I'm dead, right? No, I actually live. Cool. This exact fight costs you so many fights you refuse to invest in the null effect. Yeah. I would put the null effect on, but I actually just don't have the, I don't have the decos for it. I've been really unlucky this time round. I've not managed to get myself many... What'd you call it? Health boosts. I've only got one health boost in the entire game. And I've not got myself many... Effluvium resistances either. Bonk. God, they made this version of Val so terrible. I really don't know why. He's such a good monster in the base game, man. What am I doing today in World? Trying to complete it. I'm trying to get Shara. I've only got Namil and... Thingy left. Rumina. I want to complete this challenge run today so that we can move into post-challenge run. Grinding land soon? Yeah, it'll probably be today. Actually. Today? I mean, we're only 4 hours in. There's another 3 hours to go, right? Unless I keel over at any moment and COVID kills me. Slash makes me unable to continue streaming. But I don't see that being a particular problem. You've got COVID right now? I've already got it, Ravens. You don't need to send it. You're going to annoy someone else. Sure, you find someone. Double COVID? I don't need to. I've already got problems with lungs, thanks. I say problems with lungs, just literally this asthma. That sounds way more dramatic than it is. No! You'd manage. You got it 3 times, you're sick of it? Yeah, I've had it twice now. And I am also sick of it. Twice? 3 times? I think twice. I'm very glad that we had all the boosters and shit when we did, though. Because I had all of my boosters. Not all my boosters, sorry, my 2 injections. And my booster. Before I ever caught it. I'm pretty sure. So it probably ended up being way lighter than it would have been otherwise on me. This hunt's kind of proven to become an issue here. I am properly running out of healing. And that was a dumb move. Dead. Somehow not. Went out for Christmas dinner one year. First time you left the house all year and you caught it. Yeah, Christmas was like one of the worst times for people to get it in general, right? Because a whole bunch of people were deciding to go out. Because restrictions had like been relaxed and people could go out during Christmassy time. And then just, like, infection rates just went through the fucking roof. And it was one of those things where it's kind of like, well, yeah. Everyone wants to go out for Christmas. Everyone. Doesn't matter if they've got it or not, right? There's the first pod. He's nearly done. He should drop, what, 3 pods? 4 pods? Can't wait to move to the grinding lands with you. Please free me. I'm hoping we won't live there for too long. Hoping. I know in actuality we probably will, but... Jesus. I do only need to augment a grand total of a singular weapon. 1 weapon and the armor. Shouldn't be that bad. Where the fuck can I get honey and herbs? Nowhere before I get to the next area. I've got 2 potions left, that's it. The rock sand pack. Conveniently. Nope, dead. First one though. So it doesn't even count. Conveniently gets rid of my my shit I had on me there as well. Please work. What? Fucker just ran straight into that wall. This should work. Good. Don't hit me with the shit from that. Thank you. Wing drakes are absolutely shredding my sharpness right now. Sail reminds you of your toast. Icky. But appropriate. Good. Right, there's this little poison barrier thing gone. Oh no! Hubby doesn't like the icky, huh? Ooh. Good dodge. Please free me. Thank you. And mega this. Is he still angry? He won't be if he goes to sleep. He has been injured for a little bit. Likelihood is he will die here. Sleep's in such a weird place, man. Fuck. Please. Thank you. Not dead. Really bad time to put that down, cat. Dodge. That hit. Get me the fuck out. Oh, thank you. Charge blade. Or switch axe, sorry. Only reason I got out of that one is because I was playing switch axe and the transfer move pushes you forward. He actually gets away with doing this shit again. Am I dead? Just barely not. Hello, Mace. How the hunt's going? Good. Mildly stressful for some of them, but good overall. Jesus. That was tough. That was a toughie. Lenzo. Shit's getting real, the Pukei armor? Yeah. Defense is a bit not great. That's an appropriate reaction to have, yeah? Still happy you did it? Absolutely. It's never going to be a pleasant experience, but it is probably like a good experience for you to have, right? To know. Strangely peaceful, it was somewhat comforting. Your muscles relax. So you look at peace. That I don't know if going that far would be stereotypical experience, but to each their own, right? Also not the stereotypical experience to have. Wait, is that actually here? Oh no, there's a Kirin here. How inconvenient. I think we can avoid this conversation going much further than this in terms of visuals for people who might not be as comfortable with the topic. Your first time in World was with someone who beat Iceborne? And they were like, don't use the meta gear, and you used it anyway? Did you still have fun? Was it the Defender gear, by any chance? Because the Defender gear is known to ruin a lot of people's experience with the game. Because they get to Iceborne and are like, oh, this game's easy peasy, and then they just get absolutely fucking ruined. Like, man, this game sucks. The difficulty curve's ridiculous. It's like, yeah, sort of, but yeah. I think I was meant to go to the Elder's Recess rather than the Coral Highlands. To be honest. Fender Weapons having Blast was too OP. The Blast is a bit of an issue, yeah. But the real bigger problem is the fact that they have equivalent raw damage and sharpness to a mid G rank weapon at the end of high rank. But the armor is also really bad because it gives you a skewed perspective of how skills work. Because if you haven't had to build your own armor at any point, you would expect to just have 200 health. You would expect to just have, like, stamina surge 3 and your stamina comes back really quickly. Or Constitution, I don't know which one it has. Right? So it might not be as directly impactful, but I think indirectly it actually has more of a benefit. Or more of an impact on people than is initially realized. Because you just don't learn how to build armor. As dumb as that sounds. Not even necessarily, like, learn how to put skills together and all that, but you just don't, like... You just don't build armor at all. And for a lot of people, they just don't even bother checking, right? Because... Why would you? Everything's worse than what you've already got. Use defender till it doesn't work, yeah. And then a lot of people at that point don't go, oh, I need a new armor. They just quit because they're like, wow, the difficulty's really bad. I didn't get them all. Damn it. I was only good till mid high rank. That's the main thing that ruins the early game, yeah. If you're pretty decent at the game, you can use the armor until I spawn. Relatively consistently. And even a little bit through I spawn. Needs to be New Game Plus armor. Yeah. New Game Plus or some, like, second save file type of thing, basically. What would be, like, the equivalent of a New Game Plus without actually having New Game Plus, because there's already... Arguably, there's already 2 New Game Pluses within World, right? When you start high rank and when you start master rank. If you lose your save file for some reason, if you want to start over again. If you want to do speedruns. Full game speedruns. It's really good for them. You're glad your friend told you not to, yeah. The problem is the game tries to shove it in your face so hard as well, right? You can beat Fatty with it. What you meant is it stops outclassing non-defender options? Yeah. The average person can't really beat Fatty with defender gear though, right? I would say a significant number of people get to ice spawn in defender armor. Man, these things just... Average person can't beat Fatty full stop. I don't know if that's true. The average person might not be able to solo Fatty, but they can beat him. Base. So most people can do well enough in a multiplayer hunt by that point to stay alive to win the quests, while also still outputting decent enough damage. Did the Master Rank 999 people do Fatty that often? I would have thought they're sick of it. I would have thought those guys had done it. They've done it enough. Hopefully, I got enough. Very few monsters have blast resistance, yeah. Especially if you're just trying to get to Iceborne as quickly as possible. Very few monsters have any sort of resistance at all to blast. Right, there we go. Light from the Abyss. I don't believe that should have counted towards quests here. It didn't. Good. I don't think Blast doing 300 damage every now and then's as bad as the sharpness modifier on top of the raw damage, though. It's definitely still an issue, and it doesn't need to be there. But white sharpness damage modifier stacked on top of mid G rank raw damage is crazy. I don't know if I can look at one of them right now. Yeah, I can. Cool. If I defend this, or compare this, 308 raw damage, 240 blast, with a healthy chunk of white sharpness. Where's Brachidios? I can't see it for some reason. There it is. It has the same damage, the same blast, just a little bit less sharpness. Literally, it's equivalent to a mid-master rank weapon. It's just wild, right? When's Brachy available? Is it 3-star or is it 4-star? Brachy is 3-star, so mid-master rank. Available by the time you fight Negigante. Because that's when you get the final upgrade. Crazy shit. Brachy does have a bit of better sharpness, but that's just not the point at that point. By the time you fought Nagi, yep. Technically, you could wall slam Nagi a single time, get an immortal dragon scale, quit the quest, upgrade the weapon. And you could have it before Nagi. Before you've even killed Negigante. It's just wild, right? Obviously, most people are going to do that, but that's still just wild. Yeah, they fucked up with those weapons. They fucked up with those weapons bad. And that is obviously more pronounced on stuff like Longsword, which is very good at outputting raw damage very quickly. Greatsword's very good at doing chunks of raw damage. Some weapons like Dual Blades, it's not as impactful. It's still really bloody good. And it's still way stronger than the equivalent weapon options available at that point, but it's not quite as devastating. Hammer. It's crazy. I mean, what world record, Ravens? Right? Because Greatsword has its own world records. I'm sure there's Greatsword specific stuff. Hell, Oni Baloney used to speedrun full game runs with Greatsword only. All the best records are heavy bowgun, yeah. It sort of doesn't matter though, right? In a sense. What a person who puts... Let's be generous. Like, a person like me who puts 2,000 hours into this game but has played a multitude of weapons is not gonna get the same level of, like, skill on any weapon as those people who speedrun heavy bowguns do. Because they don't just learn the weapon, they learn the monster, how specifically to fight it. All of that shit. My paralysis, please. There we go. What comes before Namil? Namil is Valhazak. How good is Bo with Fatty? On this character, bad. In general, Bo's pretty decent against Vitalis, actually. You got good range damage options. You can keep him kind of at like mid-range, get him to do a lot of the V-beams, which gives you good time to hit his head. Longsword is crazy good. If you're confident in your timing capabilities. Otherwise, it's actually not as strong. And obviously not an option in this run. It's a weird Pukei playthrough. Why so? All my gears, Pukei. The armor's Coral Pukei, but it's still Pukei. I even specifically limited the weapons to Pukei specifically. The fashion souls distracted you? This is what Coral Pukei's armor looks like. Without the evasion mantle. It's actually Pukei. That's just what it looks like in Master Rank. Not a lot of people build Master Rank Coral armor, so probably looks a bit weird to a lot of people. Also, yeah, Coral, so Coral was allowed. Valhazak is before Namil, though, Mace. And before that is Seething Basil. You build Death Garen armor, it looks dope. That armor does look real good, yeah. It's a fan favorite. It's good looking armor. Ebony Odo. Hi, Jelly J. Welcome. What's before Seething? Kill Velkhana. And then repel Velkhana from Celiana. And then Ebony and Acidic. Then Fulguranjanath. Then Shrieking Legiana. Do I need to go any further back? I can't remember the entire quest list. I remember a good chunk of it, but not all of the side quests. I haven't done the Shire % speedrun for that to be lodged in my brain yet. Hopefully I never will. Try and get another poison, why not? I do not want to be this close. Thank you, Slidey Dodge. Didn't get the poison. Bummer. Ebony is where you're at. Really a little bit behind then. Ebony, Acidic. Velkhana, which might be a bit difficult for you because I know you've expressed dislike to her in past. Not that much. In your playthrough, you don't remember it that shiny and vibrant in color. So, Namiel charges through multiple states. Namiel has 3 distinct states. I can't think of any other better word than to call it. She's got dry, wet, yes, I know. She's dry, she's wet, and she's electrified. She can be electrified whether she's dry or wet, which is what makes the sparkles appear around her and allows her lightning attacks. Moisturized, I guess, is maybe a better way to put it than wet. And that's where she, like, pulls a whole bunch of water into her body. And then a lot more of her attacks will put, like, the residual water on the floor. So she's really glowy at the moment because she's both moisturized and electrified. If you do good enough damage, and you get, like, good consistent flinches, and I think maybe if you're using a fire weapon, that's speculation, I don't know. You can relatively consistently knock her out of being moisturized. But when she does her super attack here, which she's doing literally right now, she's not shiny anymore. As you can see, she's now not moisturized and she's not in electric state. Phases? Yeah, phases probably isn't the right way to put it. It's like states. She can be in 3 different states. 4, I guess. Dry, wet, electric, not electric. So at the moment she is dry and not electric. Which is why all of her colour's gone. Supposed to wet and electric, yeah. Do I augment my weapons? I will do, yeah. The only one I'm going to augment is Greatsword, though, because it's a challenge run. I can't augment my weapons yet, because I'm still going through the story. Sure thing, Mace. Hopefully I don't finish the game while you're away, but I very well might, depending on how long it takes. Sorry. So there's your moisturize. That's why she's shiny again. But she doesn't have the sparkles at the moment. Because electric isn't going on. Fucking goddamn it. 30-minute max, so you'll be back in time. She gave herself the sparkles there. She did her little, like, cheek electric thing that gives them to her. Yeah. I am going to augment, I think, only Greatsword in this run. Because Greatsword's going to be the only weapon I can reasonably get skills with to beat Fatalis and Alatreon. And I'm going to be rolling a crit draw build. Because I've already got crit draw from my armor, level 3 as well, so amazing. The issue is going to be one of damage. Since I will be backing a lot of other damage-based skills. So I think my augments are going to be all purely on damage. To be honest. I'm crit-based, what issues? I'm not going to have any crit boost in my set. Also, crit influences base damage, right? Because crit is a modification of how much your base damage is. So the higher your base damage is, the higher your crits are. And I'm not going to have, like, Tenderizer, crit boost, evasion. It's purely going to be draw crit attacks, that's it. And I need to get in focus. Which is going to be a problem here. If I can, I want to get in some levels of handicraft. It's going to be really, really tough. You swap to hammer from longsword, but you have a hard time getting decos. Yeah, that's a pain in the butt. You genuinely don't know how to get decorations for it? Do you mean like you don't know what decorations you want, Jelly J, or...? For hammer, Slugger is very good. Slugger's a really good one. It increases your KO. So if you hit monsters in the head, you'll knock them out easier and more often. Constitution and Stamina Surge can both be very useful. Maybe not Constitution, sorry. Stamina Surge. If you're doing a lot of like big charge hits on the head, if you're using your like charge up that the hammer has to do like the big pound attacks and stuff. That can be really good for you. Evasion, Vade Extender are always solid skills. Handicraft is really good. Weakness Exploit is fantastic, yep. Slugger's your big one though. Thank you for the follow, Chili J. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy me slowly making my way through here. Wex is OP because of the claw. Funny. Wex got nerfed because of the claw, actually. Because before the claw existed, Wex just worked. You didn't need to tenderize the monster part. Wex got mega nerfed, but it's still OP, yeah. Apparently there's a little bit of balancing issues with Wex there, devs. Maybe half all the numbers on it. That's a little bit too drastic, but yeah. Slugger's literally the only one you don't have. Yeah, you got good skills then. Slugger's really useful though. I would highly recommend you get Slugger if you're playing a hammer. Huh? Just got hit by that after the animation ended. You've got some good armor options for you as well if you want, like Slugger Secret late game. A single piece of Frostfang Barioth, I believe, gives you Slugger Secret, which is very nice. Obviously, you've got your super endgame armor in Fatty. Diablos armor has Slugger Secret. It's good stuff. I don't know if that's really necessary, though. I'm sure it would be good and helpful, but it might be a little bit overkill as opposed to having more of the generically useful skills. If you have tons of spare slots, this is a skill that typically would be considered like a waste, in my opinion. In probably a lot of people's opinions for hammer as well. You can get stamina drain. It's a bit of a weird one. But if you just want a skill that benefits with hammer, it will work. Hammer does do exhaust damage. So it will technically stack up. It's not very good. Like, I'm not trying to sell you on that aspect of it at all, but technically it works. I would probably recommend your own personal comfy skills over that, though. If you like having earplugs, evasion, evade extender. Free meal. Speed eating. Speed eating top tier, by the way. Speed eating gets lots of credit and it still doesn't give a lot of credit. Speed eating's fucking amazing. Ignore best meta skills? Yeah, to an extent. I wouldn't say like fully ignore them, it's still good to know, right? It's good to know what the meta skills are. Don't necessarily take the meta builds though, right? It is worth popping Agitator on, for example. Why not? The meta requires you play at an incredibly high level. Usually, basically without making any mistakes. It doesn't have a lot of defensive skills in it. It doesn't really have any evasion in there. It doesn't have, like, earplugs. No speed eating, because you're never going to get hit on an ideal hunt. No free meal, because you're never going to get hit, right? You don't need to save those ancient potions. Those max potions. It's good to know what it is if you're like, I feel like I've got every skill I want on this particular armor set. Now I want to eke out some extra damage. But it's not good to follow blindly, because you might not necessarily like be at the required level of play, right? You might be, though. That's entirely up for you to decide. Some people have their fun in just doing maximum possible damage output, even if it gets them killed all the time. If that's what your fun is, fucking pursue it, right? Like those longsword videos, guys have no health fighting Elder Dragons, yeah. Because no health gives them more damage. Heroics is a horrifying skill. Probably one cart for Fortify, if not two, yeah. Come onto a quest, barrel like completely naked with a Fortify thing on, barrel bomb themselves twice to death, run after the monster. You aspire to be like one of those guys, but Hammer goes bonk, so you want to try it? Yeah, absolutely. That's a good thing to aspire for. Those guys are crazy, crazy skilled. Honestly, they are amazingly skilled. And it's not just like, you know, they looked up builds and stuff. They put in shitloads of hours practicing, learning monster patterns, all of it. And they deserve the respect for that, honestly. Because a lot of it is like, it's not just skill, it's knowledge as well. They do kind of go hand in hand with each other, but it's studying. Thank you, kitty cat. Hey, trivia. It is Nabil, yeah. Team Darkside represent all the speedrunners, not just TDS. TDS are very good, and they're probably the most well-known, but all speedrunners. There's a lot of people who work just as hard, if not harder, than TDS do, and don't get any recognition because they don't have Team Darkside in front of their name. It's crazy that they've become that prolific, honestly. Good for them, though. Awesome. So the entire video is choreographed? They're making the monster move that way? Yeah. It's amazing, right? It's absolutely amazing. They really take the, like, it's a dance aspect to the next level. It's wild. These last few monsters you found annoying. You know you didn't forget about them because you did them yesterday. These last few monsters are much harder. Watching them KO a creature with a net hurts. It's just math. I know that sounds kind of weird, but it is literally just, like, math at the end of the day. They check how much and what specific timings and stuff it takes to do a certain amount of KO damage to a monster's head. And then time it out so that they can do the hit, right? You only see the video, you don't see the hundreds and thousands of failed attempts. Where they counted wrong, or they forgot to equip Slugger, or whatever. Shara watches you, not the hunter. That has been recently maybe proven wrong. Like, technically he does, but it's actually kind of a cinema trick. The final result is the same, so like he does watch you, and the Iceborne devs would have known that. And his whole transforming thing is very similar to like the stages of enlightenment. But he's not like actually coded to follow you with his eyes. It's the fact that his eyes are... They go, rather than popping outwards, they go inwards. Like the pupils go inwards. And that causes kind of like a... What's that thing called? Illusion effect. That makes it look like he follows you with his eyes all the time. But they actually don't. They kind of just look where he would normally look. They're not coded to follow. Optical illusion, that's what it is. I like the handler, to be honest. The handler's fine. So, I don't have any problems with her. I don't... She's obviously not the smartest, but I think she's basically exactly what I would expect anyone to be in this situation who's very excitable. I think people just like to hate on her because it's the popular opinion. And I love Shara, so... How do I feel about Rise? It's not for me. I think it's a well-made game. In its final product, at least. I think it's a well-made game. But it has taken a swing away from the Monster Hunter that I want to play into something that feels a little bit more akin to like Devil May Cry or Bayonetta. And I'm just not into it, so I don't dig it personally. I would rather play this. Still a good game, though. I have my gripes. I have my gripes about this game. I probably have more with Rise. To be honest. Ishvalda's female armor looks amazing, right? Ishvalda's armor looks amazing in general. It's fucking fantastic. One of the reasons why I like him so much. Also, his armor's legit. Really good. Shara's armor is fantastic. Hey, Crone, how you doing? How you doing? Most of his weapon look are amazing too. I never really used his weapons, to be honest, because they have hidden element. And since my main weapon is dual blades, hidden element is not great for me. You're good? Good. How am I? My head hurts. My throat's sore. But I'm having fun, so. Doing alright. Speaking of which, every time I bring attention to it, my body's like, oh fuck yeah, cough. Mainly use the weapons based on looks. Oh, that's respectable, honestly. Respectable. I do the same. until I get into late game, and then I switch. Because of layered. I can make the weapons still look good, but have weapons that I actually want. In terms of, like, output and stuff. Even then, I probably don't pick the ones which are, like, considered better good. Because I'm like, yeah, the elemental damage, that's what I want. Hey, the Dark Eon. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy my Pukei playthrough reaching its end goal challenge here. To technically be considered a success, I have to beat Shara, and I'm nearly there. Only Pukei equipment the entire time. The whole game. Have I still been playing Monster Hunter now? No. I fell off for 2 reasons. Number 1, my phone runs the game like shit. This is the big reason. The game does not run well on my phone. It's not like an optimization problem. It's because my phone's old. Two, because of the aforementioned problem, fights in 6-star fights became a little bit too annoying. And took too long. And because of the lag, it meant that I'd have to, like, retry them several times. And I kind of reached this point where I was like, well, it's kind of impossible for me to proceed because I need to farm weapons. But I can't farm the weapons because the game lags too much. And the monsters that I need to fight don't appear often. Because I only need to fight 6-star stuff. And I was like, you know what, I'm just going to stop. Because it ended up becoming more frustrating than fun because of the lag. If I had a better phone, I think I'd still be playing it. I had a lot of fun with it. It was a good little game. The event seems cute as fuck as well. Kuriyaku run around with little pumpkin heads. Little stones made to look like pumpkins for Halloween. It's fucking adorable, man. It's just a good idea. You've been invited to an ice hockey game on Sunday, Crone? Never even watched a game, but what the hell? Yeah, nice. I mean, why not, right? Be an interesting experience. You might like ice hockey. I hope you have a good time with it. It's master rank gear, but still kind of hard, yeah. Yeah, the issue is that you get, like, new gear, right? At the start of each rank, Archeon. And then you kind of have, like, a power spike, but then your power drips off. So my issue now that I'm at the end of Iceborne is I don't have good slots. Like, if I look at my slots here, a 1 slot, a 2 slot, a 4 slot, a 1 slot, a 4 slot, a 4 slot, and a 1 slot. Like, I have no... I don't have good slots at all. I got, like, 3 4 slots, 3 1 slots, and a 2 slot. It's rough. It's really rough. That hurt you, the person you were playing with? There's no point in farming you, just push. What's a master rank you like checks out? I disagree with that. Take every rank for the enjoyment where you can. If you just rush through the game, you miss 2/3 of the game, right? If you just rush to master rank, you don't play low rank, you don't play high rank. The journey can be part of the fun, right? The peeps you're going with, growing are fun, so it'll be good. Hell yeah. Nice. Hell yeah. Oh, is that next month, Crone? Already? Holy shit. That felt real quick, dude. Everybody's coming over. Hell yeah. I hope you have a good time with that. Yo, you can look at this map? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. Neat. It's actually on the table to look at. That's nice. I like that. Good detail. The cutscenes are kind of weird in your opinion. Why so? What stream? It's the like big German YouTuber who does the like charity stream that goes on for a long time. I can't remember what their name is. Also a Twitch streamer as well, not just a YouTuber, right? I don't know if that's enough for you to narrow it down, but hopefully it is. Yeah, fuck it. I should do this though. What's the name of the person, Crone? Because I can't remember either now. If you don't know why the music's still playing and you haven't heard me say it before, it's because cutscene skip mod still has to play the cutscene. It just skips the visuals, so the sound keeps going. Have so many potions, yep. I like to prep. No crash? No crash. I think that's specific to the, Hey, Neggy. Specific to the randomizer problem. You wish you had any potions for these two? I like to be sure that I have supplies. That got me! No! How do you deal with Safi's pin? Someone else kind of has to heal you. If you're trapped by him. Man, I'm really looking forward to doing another randomizer run at some point. If you're absolutely full health, you can survive it. No one did. You carted? Yeah, that's a bad team, unfortunately. Number one thing I think when people get hit by that pin is I need to heal them. Because it's lethal. That pin fucking hurts. Have a cat. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Doesn't work in multiplayer, unfortunately. Unless it's just the two of us. You found Ruiner harder than Shara, to be honest? I think Ruiner's moveset in general is harder. I found Shara a lot harder because I thought I was going into the final boss. Final boss is usually an Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon's normally weak to Dragon. I played Dual Blades. Bear in mind. So I brang the Dual Blades that have really good Dragon damage and really bad raw damage. Ruiner kind of destroyed him. He's weak to Dragon, right? You only get a snapshot of his fight, but I kind of fucked him up. Went pretty well. Shara is immune to Dragon damage. I was using heavy elemental Dragon damage dual blades with bad raw damage. The fight took me 46 minutes or something like that. It was a long one. But it was real fucking fun. Incredibly tense. 2 cards. Running out of time. Out of healing. Would it just reset? I didn't know he wasn't weak to... I was one of the first people in the world to beat him. When I completed Shara Ishvalda on PlayStation, because it came out on PlayStation before PC, right? 0.0, like, well, not 0.0, sorry, 0.1% of people, me included, had the achievement for killing him. I couldn't just look up what his weakness was. For elements showing damage numbers, they might have done, but at that point, I did not know that. Game wasn't as well, like, figured out as it is now. And I actively avoid looking up a lot of stuff, right? So I don't find out stuff like that for a lot longer than most people do. If it isn't something I notice myself. And also, like, the hype train. You can't stop the hype train. When you get into that fight, you can't. I can't stop. You might be able to. I can't quit out of a fight at that point. I'm fucking pumped, man. I'm going. Don't feel like I'm doing good damage to this guy at all. When you just beat Sharon right after you get the Rajang quest is kind of unbalanced. There's a good reason for that, Darkion. Because that is title update content, not normal content. When you beat Shara, by the time you get to Rajang, the game expects you to have gone into the Guiding Lands and got augmented equipment. This is why I don't like title updates. Because they don't take into account what the game's going to be like when it's finished. Like, if you played World for your first brand new time today and you didn't know title updates were a thing, Going from Chara to Rajang would be shit, right? It'd be terrible. Absolutely terrible. What was the new update about? Steam Deck support and extra language localization, I think. RVH, welcome. I believe that was it. Just Steam Deck support and, like, Italian or Chinese? I don't remember. That's all they did. And now loads of mods don't work, which is very unfortunate for the poor mod creators. You didn't know title updates were a thing? Yeah, so Rajang, the Shatterhorn quests with the Kirin and Rajang and the volcanic region of the Guiding Lands didn't exist in the game by default. Then what came after that? Like, Furious Rajang and Stygian Zenoga, along with the Tundra region, then was introduced. Then Frostfang Barioth and Raging Brachidios. Then Alatreon. Then Fatalis. All of that shit just didn't exist. It does not make sense. I mean, it does make sense. They clearly intended to add it into title updates, right? They wanted to lock some of it away behind the game's life cycle to drag the life cycle out. Is it a good thing to do and fair? No. Does it make sense? Yeah, it does. It's scummy. Fatalis was the title update? Fatalis was the final title update. And he wasn't, as far as the devs say, wasn't even intended to be put into the game originally. And then they did it due to, like, fan wants. Believe that as much as you do? I tend to believe them on that one. Smart thing to do, yeah. I don't like it though. I can see why it's smart and why they did it, but I don't like it. I think it's disingenuous. You wish there was a crossplay update? Yeah, me too, man. Unfortunately, I just don't think the game is, like, coded to be able to work for that. They'd probably have to do a lot of shit, right? Because I imagine they'd have to change where the servers, pardon me, connect to. And all that shenaniganry, so it's probably a nightmare. Would be super cool, though. And this is gonna sound like a really weird comment. I'm so glad I'm not fighting Lunastra in this area right now. Fucking randomizer. I'm so glad this isn't Lunastra. That was a fucking nightmare. Thanks, Silent. Did the Farcaster work with the Nova? Yes? I think so. I can't remember if I ever did it. Yeah, it does, because it works now, so it would avoid it. I got very lucky that just worked. You remember seeing a world randomizer? The first monster in Master Ranks was a Rajang. That's rough. My first monster was a normal Devil Joe. A high rank Devil Joe. Followed by a Master Rank Savage Devil Joe. And the normal Devil Joe took way longer. My Barioth was an Alatreon. Those were the only real, like, notes of interest in that run. He got to buy Ramgard Y? Wait, why? No, in terms of Master Rank exclusively. The cutscenes, all of the cutscenes were phenomenal. That worked, obviously. That goes without saying. Please die. Kind of OP? Yeah, I mean, that's like the final armor set in the entire game. Why did he just get to buy it? That's wild. Enjoy, Crone. Have fun. Please die. I got a rug to kill, dude. The frickin' spikes broken off the head again. Welcome back, Raven. Please stop. I do not remember this taking me this long to do before. Hell, the Luna might be preferable at this point with how long that she took. I don't think she even took this fucking long. The Luna's not preferable. What am I talking about? Absolutely not. That was hell. Not using close range coating? No, because I'm out of range for close range coating. It won't do anything at this distance. It'll actually make me do less damage. Because I'm not close range. I'll lose critical range if I get close range on. Ow. Nice. Wait. When you tried bow, you didn't even know how to apply coatings. That is fair. I don't think the game really tells you very well. Like, there is a button that says apply coating in the top right. But if you don't really know about the coatings and what they do and how it works, like, I don't want to do that. I don't know what that does. I've only got 20 of them. I don't want to waste that, right? He looks in the corner at the start. Me. Especially if I'm playing a weapon I don't know, because there's tutorials up there. You thought it went like heavy bowgun, light bowgun? That's a fair judgment to make. To be honest. No, it is randomly different. You don't know which one to get, Shara Lance or Shara Heavy Bowgun? Why not both? I would say the Lance. Personally. And the Lance looks cooler. You're still fucking alive. I might actually fail this quest. This might be my first failure. You don't really want to grind Shah for any more than you have to? No? Do you not like it? Oh! Thank you, Thousand Dragons. Thank fuck. Oh! that was a scary quest. You his cart on him, maybe it'll change when he gets his armor. As long as you win, there's no shame to... No! There's no shame to carting. I just used my Farcaster for that. Oh, shitsicles. I was so sure that would work. I guess I'm using bow. Or I just let him kill me. I'll just use bow and try and survive as long as I can and restock, maybe. Yeesh. Yeesh. HR 60. Woo. MR 22. Woo. Still a baby. Only HR 60, that's depressing. This is not going to have the same impact in the Monster Hunter language as it does in English. Dang. final cutscene made you cry, to be honest. It always makes me a little bit teary. I love it so much. Hello, Shara. You sexy beast. I'm right. Whee! 24k away from beating it, yeah. And then we need to do the bonus completions afterwards. Which is the attempted Alatreon and Fatalis kills. Attempted being a very important word in that statement. Hello. Oh. He has such good music as well. Sup, fucko. Now, I should do this the quick way. Am I gonna do this the quick way? Or am I gonna be an idiot and drag this out? I could try drag it out for a little bit, see how it goes. I dragged out everything else so far, might as well drag out this as well. What's the quick way? Actually using the tenderizing mechanic. Actually using the clutch claw instead of ignoring its existence. He drops ammo more common than other monsters do, though, I believe. Even if you don't tenderize him. I believe he does not wait until he is injured to drop ammo. Give me my damage buff, thank you. I'm safe from this charge, at least. Follow-up one I will not be, because it's going out to tie. Out of that. Breaking his head is so hard for you. If you use this fissure in the wall here, it is much, much easier. It gets a shitloads of breaks all at once. So if you just want to get through the fight quickly, I would definitely recommend to use that. Which you do by wall slamming him into it. I love this fight. Never heard anyone say this is their favorite fight. This is my favorite Elder Dragon in the franchise. I really like how he ties into the story as a constantly there yet invisible presence with the song. And how it's a legit thing from his wings. It's not just like, oh, we put it there because it was cool, right? It is actually part of the monster. I think he's a really good finale to the game in general. And I think, at least for my taste, the expectation of what I expected to see in a final boss was incredibly disappointed immediately. Like, the final boss is a fucking rock. Really? But then immediately shot back up to enjoyment levels when you started breaking his face. And you're like, oh, there's something underneath? Okay. I get it. You've pulled me back in again. And then when you actually, like, see his true form and you actually start fighting him, oh, fucking hell, man. It shot back up to, like, this is exactly what I expected. And that was a perfect subversion of... basically, like, perfect emotional manipulation. For me to be like, that's it? This is the final boss? Come on. To, oh. The eyes are terrifying. The eyes are terrifying. There's no doubting that. Am I going to try Alatreon and Fatalis after this? Yes. So, the challenge run technically is complete as soon as I beat Shara. The goal of the challenge run has been beat. But I am going to try and push it as far as I can. Which does mean I am going to try and kill Fatalis and Alatreon as well. I'm not going to do Kulve, I'm not going to do Safi. But I will do Rajang. And, what the fuck's his name? Stygian Sonoga as well. Because I have to. If I want to get all the augments. But I think because of my lack of skills, because I can't build good armor, my skills are incredibly limited. I personally think I am going to be forced into maximum augments on my equipment. In order to be able to win those fights. Because I'm pretty good at the game. You know, I'm pretty solid. Pretty damn solid. But I am not beat Alatreon with Pukei armor good. Not yet. That one's going to be a learning experience. In this run. Hey Shadow, thanks for popping in. Welcome back, Mace. Took a bit long, 30 minutes. You didn't miss the end game? No, you did not. I am still here. Good luck, thank you, I might need it. My damage is insufficient. Have I been using armor spheres? I have. But my armor's still not great, to be honest. I didn't roll that? Oh, I thought that was a pretty good timing. Yeah. Good example there, by the way. Yes, I have been using Armor's Fizz. Is my armor good? No. Heavy bowgun's incredibly good against Shara if you've got Pierce. Because you absolutely smash his head. Like, his entire existence gets ruined in phase 1. And then in phase 2, Pierce is pretty good against him as well. Normal's really good, I think. In phase 2. Because you want to be hitting his head a lot. I am well aware, Darkion. And it terrifies me. We might have to do Fatalis and Alatreon on 2 players. Two players is the optimal number of minimal health expectation per player, while also having the maximum safety because you have cats. I truly don't know if I'm going to be able to do those two. To be honest, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. I'm going to try. But I don't think I will. What a lag, but you don't want to miss him. The struggle. Nice. There's another one. Your noise mod doesn't work anymore. You're gonna go on a rampage. I don't think that would be effective. I mean, cutscene skip still works. For Christ's sake. Stracker's needed an update, but cutscene skip itself hasn't needed any fiddling, so... I think it's just some mods that change the, like, overall thing. I'll try it out. Yep. So bad with big monsters. You seem kind of just bad with anything that's labeled Elder Dragon, to be fair, Mace. As soon as it gets to Elder Dragon and onwards, you don't seem to have a good time. Man, he hits real hard. Don't want to be in this phase. Right, this. He knows your favorite world order, but that's only because his shit's cool. Because it's glowy. I'm surprised you don't like Shara. A lot of his stuff's like golden-ish. Can't believe this game taught you the difference between a wyvern and a dragon. Good on, Monster. You've never looked at his git mace? Look at his armor. What the hell are you doing? It's the first thing you do when you fight a monster that's new. You go and look at its armor, you weirdo. What are you doing? You fight the next one, you're fucking savage, man. Come back, look at the armor of the new monster, look at the weapon, be like, oh, that shit's all really cool. I might want to build some of that. Then you get distracted and go and fight the next monster anyway. Oh. Please. Nice one, Don. I don't know if I can do this in time if I don't tenderize, honestly. So I think I'm going to force myself to use tenderizing here. Because I actually genuinely don't think I can do this. Because phase 1 should not take 15 minutes. I will sacrifice my pride. Wait, shit. Fuck! Karalama kind of drip though. It's real good, right? Of course he just naturally dropped a pod, you motherfucker. I actually lived. Oh. That should break the rest of him. He should break out on his own now. Kind of a shame I have to tenderize for this fight, but hey ho, it happens. I have a not optimized for bow build in the slightest at the end of the game. It was gonna happen at some point. There it is. Good. Hello. Sup, buddy? Let's begin this shit for real, eh? That's not gonna work. Is Kaismagorm? No, this monster's actually like fun to fight. It's not a pile of shit. You like Geismagorm? I fucking hate Geismagorm. I unironically think Geismagorm's the worst end boss in all of Monster Hunter history. Genuinely think it's the worst monster we've ever had as a final monster. Such a massive disappointment. You said you got someone to do it, but... No. I'm the first person you've heard who likes Char and hates Geisma, yeah. Geisma has literally no purpose being in that story at all. In my opinion. He has no setup in the entire story bar one throwaway line of dialogue. He's meant to be like, ooh, but the Curio were actually him all along. They were better on Valstrax. on, not Valstrax, sorry. Malzeno. It was better as his mechanic than it was as Geismagom's mechanic. Like, he was outshone by the monster he was trying to outshine. That's just like bad design. Also, what's with fucking Rise and making everything evil, man? The Archdemon of the Abyss. Like, I get he's meant to be the devil, Satan, Lucifer, whatever. Because of the yokai shit in the base game, and then, like, the equivalent Western demons. But why are the monsters in that game evil? Everyone in the kingdom treats every monster like they're evil as well. It's just so... It's so weird that the guild doesn't step in and be like, dude, they're fucking monsters, alright? Cut it off. Shit's insane to me. A similar thing they did with Sirius, yeah. I like Shara because he narratively pays off in the story. He is there the whole story. Like, you can hear the sound of his wings, the song, right? He is actually moving around. He's in the areas. You just can't see him because he's, like, underground or whatever. He's part of it. Geismagorm just kind of comes in at the end. That's it. That's the total narrative payoff for that encounter. He appears. And I don't necessarily expect more from Monster Hunter, to be honest. Like, it's Monster Hunter, right? The story's never really been fantastic. But the way I look at it, if you want to have a game, and you want to have cutscenes, and you want to try and ram the story down my throat, that story needs to be at least passable. I think Worlds is passable. It's not good. Don't get me wrong. It's not good by any stretch of the imagination. But it's passable. Rises is just outright abhorrent. And Geismagorm himself? He kind of feels uninspired. His first phase is knock rocks off the monster. Literally the easiest shit in the world, right? It's knock rocks off the monsters and then hide behind a rock while he does a sucky, and then knock rocks off the monsters, hide behind a rock while he does the sucky. Literally one of the worst mechanics from Monster Hunter World that people hated. Absolutely fine in the Geismagorn fight, by the way. No one gives a shit. Behemoth, it's abhorrent. It's the worst thing that's ever existed. Safi, people like it a bit more. They still fucking hate it, right? It's a disaster. They think it's terrible. Geismagorn? Oh, it's fine. You can hide behind a rock. That's okay. Sorry? So that annoys me. Then it's just so easy. But the entire phase 1 is so unbelievably easy that I basically didn't have to pay any attention. And then the phase 2, it constantly feels like it's building up to this massive explosion. This like demonic creature is going to appear and you're about to get fucked the hell up. And then he starts climbing the wall. And it's like, okay, he's trying to escape the pit. Why? For one? Like, there's people actively in the pit trying to kill him. Why wouldn't he deal with them? He just tries to, like, climb out of the pit. Which doesn't make a lot of sense. And then they drop ballistas in? Out of nowhere? Into the pit? So that we can have a ballista minigame? Huh? Which is questionable, at best, in my opinion. Which, by the way, I feel like is impossible to complete 90% of the time. I cannot hurry this fight. This is going to take me a long time. Sorry. I didn't think I'd be using bow, but I accidentally fucked my Firecaster, so I'm doing a lot less damage than I thought I would. You're not even allowed to stop him the first time? Yeah, like... And then... the audacity. The feature they added that was actually pretty good, in my opinion. The NPCs. And the fact that the NPCs join you for the story missions is just really cool, right? The best thing about them is they've never really been credit hogs. They don't do too much, they don't do too little. They do just enough to feel like they're helpful, but they're not like they're overwhelming in the story. And then in the final fight, against a monster that's not even really her adversary, because Malzeno's kind of her adversary, really. Theorain steals the credit and starts Proof of a Hero. Not the player, an NPC in the final boss fight. Starts Proof of a Hero. I don't see how you're not meant to dislike that fight, to be honest. It feels like a return to Lao. A return to Gen Moran. Where we fight this really big creature that basically doesn't fucking attack us the whole time. It's easy peasy, punch the meat wall. The whole time. And then an NPC comes in and steals credit. Shara's not overly hard. But almost everyone I've seen Shara fight for the first time, he gives them a run for their money. He usually takes a cart. Me, my friend, and I think my partner. I think we had one death to Geismagorn, and it's because we were being lazy. And we weren't healing. But I didn't die to it on my first attempt. Which I did on stream. Is there any lore as to why Shara's a rock in Phase 1? Because he travels underground and the rocks have just built up on his body over time. I don't know if that's actual lore reasoning, but that's my logic behind it. As he travels via vibration and goes through the earth, the rocks have just slowly accumulated over God knows how long he's been alive. And got properly stuck to him. Only thing you like about Monster Hunter Rise, the Admiral Gallius, free Dragonators. That's actually a detraction for me, honestly. The tech has always felt a little bit too advanced, but kind of like shenaniganly believable because of the ancient Civ, right? Where the fuck did Admiral Gallius find the technology to take that ship that has to have those heavy-ass Dragonators in it and then manage to launch them like ballista? Where's the tech for that come from? Man, in that tiny little boat? That boat is not big enough to have equivalently sized ballista arms for something as big as heavy as a Dragonator is, right? Was it cool in the moment? Yeah. It was also kind of immersion breaking though. Because it didn't make any fucking sense. I feel like I'm being mean to Rise again, but yeah. I like, the reason I love Monster Hunter so much is because it takes a lot of time and effort to make its world seem, with a little bit of belief, like doubt, it seems reasonable and realistic for the most part. And they get around some stuff by being like, yeah, like we just don't know how, like we in universe don't know how this works, right? So as long as you have your suspension of disbelief, it's fine. Rise feels like it goes for rule of cool more often than it goes, let's keep this believable. And I don't appreciate that. There's first pod. The Shara look at the camera and not the hunter. Correct. But it is potentially an optical illusion because his eyes are hollow, rather than like actual globes. But the effect is the same in the final game, so yeah. He doesn't look at your hunter, he actually looks at the camera instead. I would show it, but I don't know how close I am on time on this attempt. I don't know if I'm going to run out of time, so I'm a bit afraid to to do that one. This might kill me. No, I got far enough away. Just above 30 minutes, yeah. I think I should be okay. I am just above half an hour. I'm about 35 minutes-ish now. A little bit below that. That might have killed me. No, got away with it. My healing situation is not great. My damage situation is not great. I haven't carted, so that's good. Anyway, sorry if you like Rise. I'm sorry if I just ragged on your game for 20 minutes. I apologize. I want to like it, man. I want to like Rise. I can't. Makes me sad. Hey! Well, so I was pounding your head that whole time and your head didn't come off? Want to explain that to me, buddy? 34 minutes. Not too shabby. You prefer GU? GU's good. GU's a good game. If you removed hyper monsters from GU, I think it would be such a wonderful experience. They're just kind of like... They constructed a beautiful cake and then kind of just took a little poo on top with hyper monsters. And it's like, oh, come on. Sunbreak Story had some good parts like Gathering of the Curio. Gathering of the Curio is one of the things that precisely makes Guys Magorm so disappointing though. Because it's so like hyped up and then it just falls off cliff. Do I like DS2? I do. I quite like DS2, yeah. It's not my favourite Dark Souls game, but I still enjoy it a lot. For some reason, cutscene skip isn't working here, by the way. I don't know why. It's not working. DS2 has to be your favourite Dark Souls game? I feel like I might like it more than Dark Souls 1. I don't like it more than Dark Souls 3. But it's incredibly close between DS2 and DS1. Like, they are neck and neck for me. I probably enjoy whichever one I'm playing at the moment more than the other one. DS2 for you is the least favourite Souls one? You haven't played Demon Souls though? I haven't played Demon Souls either. What's very close to each other? DS2 and DS1. Nice. Bloodborne's your favourite? I think Bloodborne's probably my favourite as well. It makes me sad that I basically cannot play it. More than once. Hey, buddy. Your top 3 are DS2, Elden Ring, Bloodborne. Oh, Elden Ring might be the only game of all of the games that I actively dislike. Do I have Bloodborne? I do. But it's on my PS4, which loads it like shit. It loads it terribly, and also is in the loft at the moment. What's a game I dislike? Elden Ring, mate. Can't wait to finally play this game, Rachel. You have a Steam Deck coming in? Oh, nice! Oh yeah. The best to play at a possum, yeah. The issue with DS2 is the boss runs. Yeah, boss runs are really bad. But I also feel like they are equaled out by the fact that you can kill all the enemies. It's annoying having to do the boss runs, but like, it is mitigated in my mind by the fact that you can kill all the enemies on the way there. Elden Ring's very vague, shall you say? Oh, that doesn't bother me. I just think it's like, it doesn't feel like a game a lot of the time. It feels kind of like walking simulator. I've seen Skip's working again. You worked like 28 to 30 hours for extra pay this month, so you're gonna finally treat yourself? Hell yeah, Rachel. Hell yeah. I never realized that even the cat's surprised. It's the guy from 4U? Yeah, Aiden is his name. It's also the guy from the short movie. Hunters of the Guild. Whatever it was called. I should watch that again. Maybe. They should make a new short film? Absolutely. Elden Ring didn't feel like it had the same replay value. Your favorite is Sekiro because of the combat. Oh, Sekiro might be my favorite as well, actually. I don't consider Sekiro a Soulsborne game, is the thing, though. Sekiro is my favorite FromSoft game, but it is not a Soulsborne. Not even close. Most of the core mechanics are different. They just suddenly got up. You feel like if it's a Soulsborne, you can choose your weapon. Yeah. There's a lot of aspects that go into it, right? I feel like build versatility is a very important part of it. And the stat, like picking where your stats go, are two like very core aspects. Stream end or one more, huh? Oh, we're gonna keep going. I'll go and unlock the Guiding Lands and stuff. I just want to watch this cutscene, then I'm going to run to the loo. And then I'll go into the Guiding Lands and unlock them. And then we'll see what I've got time for. I'll maybe do Rajang. Or Shatterhorn, I should say. I have not played Armored Core 6, no. It is in my list of games to play on Monday at the moment. I think it's number 8. It is number 8, Armored Core 6. Same trivia, except Armored Core. And Demon Souls. They're the only two I haven't done. I'm gonna run to the loo real quick. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Oh, and I've knocked my controller on the floor. Thank you, Chisel. The challenge run is technically complete. Now? It is technically done. Which is very nice to be able to say. Alas, it's not over yet. There's always a little bit more. Always a little bit more that you can potentially do. I have one more bow. Let's go get Guiding Lands unlocked. Since that's usually pretty sharpish. Though we are going to have overlapping music shenaniganry right now, I think. Because I'm going to skip this cutscene as well. multi-cutscene skips. Nice. Guiding lands. At some point, I will be able to come here properly. And I'm probably going to have to stay here for way too much time. To get one full set of augmented stuff. I might even drop short of the full augments, depending on what it requires. That's going to be something for me to look at between today and tomorrow. Suddenly, Hazel. Wait, what? Am I stuck? Okay, weird. You're scared now? Why? Because of the music? It's fine, don't worry about it. Basil is scary. That's fair. He can be quite the fright. See you guys. Suddenly there's an ogre in front of me and then I'm just like, yep, I'm done. I'm going back. Bin ogre? Wow. So rude. $38 is higher than I thought I was going to be. Honestly? The fuck you mean rude? You called him Bin Ogre. That's just rude. You went to highlight go on an expedition as a mystery monster in the Coral Highlands? Yeah. Oh, no I didn't. It's literally right there. Recently started Iceborne, Luna. Very nice. Welcome. How's it going for you? There's no possible way that's even close to Z as well. Like, that was intentional. That was on purpose. Personal attack. Mine wasn't the Coral Highlands, Eon. Mine was the Wildspire Waste. Found myself face to face with a mystery monster. It was good stuff. Very good stuff. That was an incredibly fun experience, actually. I remember that very fondly. Currently farming for mastering alloy set and a metal weapon. Fair enough. Get yourself situated. And spawn everywhere. Oh, that's the best bit. I really like him. I know a lot of people don't. And it's completely fair. I really like him though. I don't know why. I enjoy it. I think it's funny. And I think the thing they like ruined his identity in mastering by making him volcanic only. You need to get back and give it a few attempts. Every time that your boss fight is challenging, you want to take a break. Consistently thinking about it until you came in. You're addicted, Chisel. You're addicted to getting the rush. It's so addicting, yep. Right, there we go, done. With that shit. Here's what the armor looks like, by the way, Mace. It's got gold bits all over it. That's good skills as well. The evade windows from my necklace. Good skills. Legs have 2 points of part breaker, 2 points of defense boost, and 3 1 slots. So the legs are just straight up 2 part breaker, 2 defense boost, 3 health boost if you want it. The waist has got 2 points of health boost, 4 slot, 3 slot. 2 points of crit boost and a 4 slot on the arms. Waist piece, chest piece is coalescence and health boost, but you lose the health boost on the B. And then recovery up, part breaker on the health. Isn't health boost useless if you eat? No. Specifically in 5th gen, you get 200 health instead of 150 like you do in the older games. Have I done a no damage challenge? No. Unless you mean, like, to me. Then the closest thing I've done is no deaths. But I haven't done, like, no damage to the monsters. I don't even know how you do that, if that's possible. There is a run in the list at the moment, though. No, I have not done a hitless, and I probably never will. I'm not good enough at the game to do hitless. I know that about myself. And I think the process of trying to do it would just be incredibly frustrating rather than fun for me. I know my limits. That's beyond them. That's beyond them. I know it's doable. Team Darkside did it, right? They weren't allowed to take any damage at all, including environmental hazards. I'm not. I'm not good enough. Yeah, sorry. Mace and Lugia specifically. I thought Shara wouldn't take as long. So I thought we might be able to squeeze a bit of Guiding Lands in today, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. So I apologise for misleading you. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, but... no such luck. You don't care I'm not ending early, so you'll live. I feel mostly okay. Not like okay. I feel mostly alright at the moment. You wasn't there that much yesterday. Why'd I end that early? I'd done literally everything I could do in New Game 1. Other than... the most boring thing in the game. Which, I shit you not, I spent 3 hours doing this morning, and I did not get a single one of the Covenant farms done. So just killing the same 2 small monsters over and over and over and over and over and over again. I did it for 3 hours. And I got 24 of the 30 vertebra shackles I need in order to get to the Mound Makers to rank 3. And then I'm going to need to do that all over again, but for Sunlight Medals. And then all over again, but for, whatchamacallums? Proof of Concord caps. Was it fun? It was incredibly fucking boring. It's literally just like run down a hallway, roll through a boulder, kill 2 enemies, walk back to the bonfire, run down the hallway, roll through the boulder, kill 2 enemies, walk back to the bonfire. Over and over again. Until I've got 30 vertebra shackle. They're about a 1% drop, by the way. So in theory, I have to kill 300 of these enemies. And I will get one of them. But I have my item rate boosted. So my drop rate's actually about 3%. Sounds boring and tedious. It is both of those things. But the alternate is to play online. And I'm not good enough to beat anyone. So because I can't beat anyone, I can't really farm them online. Is anyone playing Dark Souls online at this point? It's basically too good for me. Oh, mine does as well. Drilled. It just has enough. But because I want to get all 3 of the Dark Souls games, complete like 100% achievements and stuff, you need the miracle. So Mound Makers gives you warmth, which is the pyromancy. Sunlight Bros give you like lightning spear or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know. A miracle, basically. Dark Moon gives you Moonlight Blade and also a ring. Rosaria's Fingers give you a ring. And the Aldrich Faithful give you a sorcery. Aldrich Faithful I've done. Rosaria's Fingers I've done. Wolfblade I've done. It's just the 3 worst ones that I have left to do. Catacomb Sarcophagus base. Still less tedious than Monster Hunter achievements? Is not, in my opinion. Is it less time consuming than Monster Hunter achievements? Yes. tedious, I think it's more. Because at least when I do a Monster Hunter fight to try and get like a gold crown or whatever, I have fun. Like, I have a good time. When I'm doing this, I'm just not having fun. Like, the only reason I was able to do that for 3 hours this morning is because I was watching a 3-hour video essay on my other monitor. Barely even paying attention to the game. Not even, like, not even watching my game, really. Do I have fun while fighting this Kirin? Huh? Where does the conclusion of that one come across? I don't like fighting this Kirin regardless. This Kirin's fucking annoying. Because it's angry all the time. Which means it does way too many wide sweeping attacks. I don't tend to have a lot of fun with this Kirin, but I don't understand how those two are linked. Me farming DS3 and the fact that this Kirin's just kind of poopy. Kirin's irritating. Normal Kirin is irritating. Yeah. This Kirin just is shit. I don't understand why you hate the cape so much. Oh, fucking hell. I think you've told me before, but I can't remember. Oh yeah, the clipping, that's it. I still like it. I do get why you don't. I don't think I could beat this Kirin with a bow. I think my defense is just too low, and the boost elemental defense is just like fucking nothing compared to having raw defense value loss. Like, immediately. Kirin doesn't really normally bother me, but this one really pisses me off. Whoever thought the unlock condition to Rajang should be a permanently enraged Kirin is a horrible human being. At least it has less health, I guess. That was quick. Yeah, I'm cripplingly weak to lightning. And I don't have appropriately and upgraded armor for post-game content. Failed? Yeah, of course I did. I would have been more surprised if I won that quest, honestly. With bow. Since it basically one-shots me. It's a nice chest piece, yeah. But the cape's nice, though. I know the clipping's annoying, but the cape does look nice. Little logo on it and stuff. It's a friggin' rectangle. All clothes are some form of shape, yes. All the shapes rectangles, the ugliest to have shitty physics on. I mean, you can not like the cape because it has the shitty physics and stuff, right? That's fine. I do still think that is a nicely designed piece of fabric. If you ignore the fact it's in World, I still think it looks nice. You don't have to wear it, right? You can still not want to use it because of the clipping and because of the irritation and all of that shit. But it just looks nice. It's a nice design. I think I might have to make the stream shorter tomorrow. And on Sunday. Because I don't feel so good. Right now. Oh. How long do you imagine they'll be? I think I might do maybe 6 hours for both days. So shorter than it would normally be, unfortunately. And I'd have to plop some more time on towards the end of January. Towards February, see, start of February, sorry. I felt alright until about like 20 minutes ago. And then I've kind of fallen off a cliff, so I think 6 hours is probably about good. And then beyond that's too much. So I'll put a poll and I'll put an announcement in the thing after the stream, but I'll probably do 4 till 10. I was hoping I'd be all right, but yeah, a poll, yeah. Do you want me to die for your entertainment tomorrow? Or would you like me to rest and become healthy so I can continue doing it for longer? Yeah. I love the little thumbs up to the cat, by the way. It's so cute. Ooh. I need to go get some drugs as well. We do not have any paracetamol or ibuprofen in this room. Did I test for COVID? Oh yeah, I got it, buddy. we all got it. Everyone in this fucking household. Teeny tested, but they tested negative. But as is typically the case with COVID, normally, you test negative up until you have a cough. And Teeny did not have a cough yesterday. But is feeling worse today than was yesterday, so likely also has it. So yeah, we hit the quadrat, all four of us. 4 for 4, COVID across the board. Yeah, upside, you get the weekend at home. Downside, I'm still streaming, so you have to listen to me. Whereas you normally get to escape from it. COVID party carty? That sounds like we're dying, Mace. Trip over the power cord to get to the internet. Oh no, our computers are still conveniently working, but the internet's gone down. Guess we'll just have to play board games together. Welcome back, Trivia. Oh no. Unfortunately, we don't have our new ones. Otherwise, that would be a far more appealing proposition. Yeah, honestly. Oh no, it came back up, but then because there was like a lot of orders in their payment queue, it took a while to get processed. So the payment's gone through and it's been accepted and it'll be delivered. But the delivery was being processed today, which means it probably won't be sent until tomorrow, and tomorrow's a Saturday, so depending who they send it with, that could be a bit weird. Yeah. Just a bit all around awkward, unfortunately. Is that a Kirin? It is, unfortunately, yes, it's Shatterhorn. The Kirin quest you have to do before Rajang. What's coming in? We got a expansion to the game called Wingspan. Which adds more burbs. More burbs. Then there's a game called Seven Wonders. Seven Wonders Duel. New Zealand? Yeah, that's in Oceania. So it's the Seven Wonders version to be played with 2 people. A game called Terraforming Mars. Which we actually need to separately buy the special boards for. If you wanna do that. Since I refuse to touch the Devil's website. And then also a game called Codenames Duet. And we also had Stardew Valley, the board game, in the order. But it has been separated out because we got sick of waiting for our other 4 board games to arrive. Just because Stardew Valley wasn't ready for the last 2 fucking months. And then some. It's been longer than that. We're a board game bonanza. Yeah, we the website we order from, Zatu is what it's called. Z-A-T-U. They're actually a UK-based company, which is very convenient. If you order 5 things at once, you get 5% off. So we did that because there was things we wanted. I was like, well, if we get 5% off. Should not have done that voice. Oh god. Oh, I'm dead now. How's the world board game playing? We essentially finished it. But we kind of like stopped. We didn't play anymore. Because we basically just had to fight Nergigante over and over again. And we didn't really feel like doing that. Even though we could do it and like it wasn't necessarily that bad and we won consistently. We also are both really awkward and we don't want to like cheat give ourselves the stuff because then it doesn't feel like we've earned it even though we know we can do it. So yeah. Yes, I saw Ramhard in the Discord earlier. That's so cool. Oh, I hope you have a lot of fun with it. It's really enjoyable, in my opinion. It plays very differently, but it's so faithfully done. Genuinely one of the most, like, best adaptations I've ever seen in my life. Of anything. If it's good, you're going to get the Kushala expansion for Christmas. Ooh. Nice. Kushala's an interesting fight. as she always is. She has some good gear. Good shit, you finally did it. Hey, well done. Dark Souls board game is pretty good. It's made by the same people. I don't know if you knew that ahead of time. It's the same people, Don. Steam Forged Games. Fizz is over 9,000, nice. My apologies. Also, I'm sorry if my voice sounds bad right now. It's kind of dying a bit. I'm gonna have a blast. Hell yeah. Good. It's also kind of funny, because, since you're playing it, Chisel, and I have directly your reference of, like, DS3 to compare to, right? Since you've played Dark Souls 3 as well. I can be like, well, if Chisel can do it, I can do it. Even though that sounds really rude. But, like, if Chisel's talking about it in this manner, I'll probably find it in, like, this manner and that sort of stuff. So you playing it's been a really useful reference. For me. If you can't do it, I'll probably be fine. Well, who knows? I've played some Souls-likes. that even though by all rights of like experience and stuff, I should be absolutely fine. I've just sucked at them like real bad. Kieran looks real angry. Yeah, it's permanently angry. The fuck. How much of the gameplay have I seen? I have seen someone walk down a hallway for about 5 seconds. That's how it... Does that count? None. I've seen the walking animation. That's how much of the gameplay I've seen. I'm so entirely and totally blind on this game. The only thing I really know is that it's like general stuff like Sekiro meets Bloodborne-ish. Seems like a real hard fight if he's perma angry, and he is. And he is. Gives information to not tell anything more, yeah. But no, I know some stuff like it's quite counter focused in a lot of places. The Sekiro aspect of it, the Bloodborne is like thematically. I know that you can tell lies. I don't know what the fuck that means, but that's it. That's genuinely all I know. I don't know how the leveling up looks. I don't know if it's more Bloodborne-y leveling where there's a lot less stats, but they feel more distinct. If it's like normal Souls-y leveling where there's a lot more stats, but like 3 of them do magic. One of them does fast weapons, one of them does slow weapons, right? I don't know any of that shit. I don't even know how you level up. I assume there is a Souls-based equivalent. I don't know. It's like a robot thing, right? Gears, maybe? Oh. Shit in the sink than to sink in the shit. Wise words from Mace there. That'd be a very awkward leveling up system if you just had to squat over. You're really looking forward to when I'm playing it? I'm looking forward to playing it as well. Can I just play it now? No. Because I want to enjoy my time with it. I don't want to be ill while I'm playing it. And also because I'm going to be taking time off in November. Only got that 1 month grace period of that Game Pass. I will start that Game Pass free trial on the day that I play that game. On the day that I play that game for the first time, and I will download it on that day. That is going to be me done for Now, thank you very much for joining me. I will be back with For You tomorrow and with World on Sunday. If you would like to know when those things are going to be, there you go. This will be temporarily incorrect, but you can see when and what I play stuff there. I will do an announcement in the stream in the Discord in a little while, which you can find there, which will say new times for tomorrow and Sunday. If this is my ending time, it will be starting 6 hours before this. On both days. Instead of the normal 10-hour streams, the extended ones, because I am... I need to recover a bit. Hey, Kushito, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Final link there is your YouTube if you want to listen to any of the VODs or any of that stuff. That's me for today. Have a good time, whatever you find yourself doing. And until then, Tulu. Tomorrow's for you, Mace, so yes, multi.